I'm not late. I'm not late. Well, I'm a little late, but only by a few seconds, okay? Alright, guys. Happy Halloween and all that. Happy RIP Bozo stream. In case you guys are wondering, no, nobody, at least nobody who's relevant to like this sphere, no big lolcow died recently. So, shockingly. You would have thought so. There have been a shocking amount of deaths this year. And it hasn't been any of the people you would have expected to die. Wings is still alive. Boogie is still alive. RTU is still alive. Ralph is still alive. Charlie Kirk and King Cobra JFS are both dead. You know, very shocking. You know, there's been a lot of surprise deaths in here. Very Game of Thrones-ish. Where the people you expect to die somehow survive. And the characters you expect to at least live a couple seasons or a couple books end up dying early. It'd be like that sometimes. Anyway, welcome to the street. Oh no, it's not a clickbait. We are going to disrespect the shit out of dead people today. We're just not disrespecting the shit out of people who died recently, right? Because it's Halloween. It's a very spooky season, very spooky occasion. And what better time to disrespect people who are no longer here and can defend themselves than on this haunted day? We're going to be looking at two videos, really. It's easily going to be like a very, I don't know, sophisticated stream. We're basically just going to be react-ending to two videos that share the theme of talking about, well, in the first case, is going to be talking about somebody who was dead when the video was made. In the other case, it was talking about somebody who died shortly after. And I don't know whether that means that the video aged well or poorly. But anyway, we're going to get to it in a second. But before that, let me read chat real quick. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Everyone expected Josh to die. Well, you mean Josh Moon? Oh, so yeah, somehow they haven't got him. Somehow the glowies haven't got him. Very shocking. Somehow he keeps... Maybe it's the Florida man in him. That Florida man status gives him a higher than you expect constitution or whatever. Glowies just can't take him out. They can't take Kiwi Farms down permanently either. I can't believe Jimbo died. No, Jim somehow isn't dead either. Everyone you expect to die just keeps living for another season. Maybe it's just being a Gamergate guy. Somehow the only Gamergate guy who was prominent who died was Total Biscuit. Jim's still around. Milo's still around. Ralph's still around. Sargon is still around, and that nigga is thriving. Sargon, we should have trusted the plan on Sargon. Do you think Ralph ever passed away? You mean, do I think Ralph will ever die? Well, I keep thinking, right? Every year I'm like, oh man, this is going to be it. There's no way. And I don't know, he ends up living another year. I honestly think he's going to end up outliving Vickers at this point. Anyway, getting on to our first subject. Our first subject of the day. Let me change the screen. Okay. So this should already give you guys a clue as to what today's subject is going to be. It's actually something that Jim talked about a long time ago. I'm basically just jacking his flow for today. So this is the Wikipedia page for the Eden Township Wise Market shooting that was committed 8 years ago by one... Hold on, should I dead name them? Should I dead name them, chat, or should I use the... Well, I suppose... you guys will see. So, it sees right there. Motive: misanthropy, suicidal ideation, belief that he would be reborn as a ghost character from Danny Phantom. You guys know who the fuck we're talking about. This was a murder, triple homicide, followed by a suicide committed by one, where the fuck is this nigga's name? By one Randy, hold on, fuck. Let me just show it. This guy, by Randy Stair, right? The dude who, excuse me, the dude who back in the day, I say back in the day, dude back in 2017, he shot up a supermarket that I think he worked at. We'll see. He shot up a supermarket because he thought that once he did this and he killed himself, he would reincarnate with a ghost pussy so that he could marry his cartoon waifu, Ember, from the popular Nickelodeon cartoon Danny Phantom. This is one of the most absurd there aren't a lot of legitimately good reasons to commit mass shooting, but this is definitely up there in retarded reasons, right? So this guy died. And, oh yeah, this is his waifu. This is who he thought he was going to be with forever. He started his, what was it called? The Ember Ghost Squad. He dedicated the last few years of his life to this. Instead of getting a skill, getting a girlfriend, trying to get promoted, getting a better job, doing anything. He lusted after fictional ghost pussy, and he planned to kill people and then himself. So he would be reunited, and I don't know, because obviously he doesn't believe in the Christian worldview if he thinks that he was going to reincarnate as a ghost girl and they were going to have hot lesbian sex together. So I don't really know where he thought he went. But yeah, he ain't here no more. We gonna dab on him. We gonna dab on him through Jim. So right here we have, we're in one of Jim's archive channels. One of my favorite, Mr. Medicare Archives, not Jim. Because it was an important distinction to make back in the day. Because Jim kind of has the same philosophy that I have. Which is that I encourage people to just upload my shit. Look, just take it, just archive it. Here's what you can do. Anybody can archive these streams, clip them up, crop out the shit that you just, you find problematic and try and monetize it. I don't give a fuck. Do whatever you want with my content, bro. I don't care. So that's why they have to make sure that you know that they're not Jim. Anyway, this particular video of his from the Internet Insanity series, this is probably one of my top 5 favorite Jim videos ever. It was when he got very, I don't know, he was very investigative and whatnot. Hold on, excuse me for a minute. Hold up. No. Oh, wait, hold up. This is very fun. This is actually pretty funny. On Reddit, this is from the Who Would Win Circle Jerk on Reddit. It says, since Randy Stair killed real people because of Ember McLean, that makes her out of Versal tier. I thought that was kind of funny. Now, shit, I lost the photo. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Fuck it. Stare at Ember for a second while I go and, sorry, I got a package. Halloween isn't like a federal holiday or anything, so the mail still runs on this day. From Francis Stalag. Thanks for the $10, dude. Love watching your videos. Have you heard of a channel called Shamu? Made a video on Queen of Paws and documented the Thorpe family. Yes, I do know about Shamu. I actually like his content. I really, really like his King of Pole documentary. Maybe we'll react to it on stream in the future. His his vicar, he has some content on the vicars that really helped me make that one video on them. I appreciate that. So anyway, oh, and about the Laura Loomer video, it was supposed to go up today. I'm not gonna make an excuse. I'm a tardy Negro. I wasn't able to put up the video today. Shit got in the way. My bad, right? My personal problems are not you guys' problems. I promised you content on this glorious haunted holiday. It didn't come out. But don't worry. I got you early November. Like, we're talking the first 3 days of that month. I'm going to drop the Loomer video, okay? Because I really wanted, the reason why I wanted to put out the Loomer video was so we could have like a leftover Laura Loomer stream. You know, stuff I didn't put in the video, but I just think it's funny to cover by itself. You know, like we did the leftover Vickers stream. I actually like that as a video, as a stream concept. Every time I upload a documentary, I'll just have a leftover insert topic here stream. We should actually do a leftover Nicholas Fuentes stream, because I got some shit that I didn't put in that documentary. Believe it or not, 3 hours, there's still some shit I didn't put in there that I could get out a good 2-3 hour stream out of some of that shit. It's on the cloud. I just haven't used it for anything because I haven't been working on my next America First or Fuentes video. I actually wanted to, before I did a video on Nick, I actually wanted to do a video on some other Groypers. Like, I really wanted to do a video about Beardson and Dalton, and maybe even one about Teddy Feezer before I got to Nick. Because I know, right? You guys have been noticing shit about Nick, how he just mysteriously blew up in like the last 2.5 months. Went from one of the most disparaged people on both sides of the political spectrum. You know, he's the king of incels. He's the most cancel man on the internet. He's a Nazi. He hates women. He's gay. All this shit. All of a sudden, he's on everybody's podcast. So all of a sudden, he's cool with Tucker Carlson. All of a sudden, he's fucking bandying out fucking Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro's talking points. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, bro. But this is why. This is why when people were saying, like, a month after I put out that Fuentes video, they're like, Mikey, when are you gonna put out the next? You gotta wait. You gotta wait, right? I knew, because there's some shit. It's not done yet, right? We're still in the cycle. There's this thing, I call it the AF cycle, the America First cycle, where Nick goes basically through a Icarus arc, right? You know, like he gets, it starts off, he's in the trenches, right? He's in the fucking dissident right underground sewers where he's king. He's the great rat king of all these Groypers, right? But then he starts to come back. He starts his come up. He starts climbing. He starts getting clout. He starts getting influence. And then he gets his little wax wings and he starts flying up, and it looks like he's about to break it into the mainstream. Nick Fuentes has almost broken to the mainstream and become like a big deal like 3 or 4 different times since he was a teenager, right? So we're on almost about to break it into the mainstream number 5 right now. And this is around the part where he flies too close to the sun and his wax wings ends up melting and he end up falling back into the trenches where he belongs, right? But maybe he'll be wrong. Maybe the waxes are made from, I don't know, some less soluble material this time. Maybe he actually will make it. Maybe Nick actually is going to save the West and I'll end up looking like a retard for not trusting the plan. Who knows? But no, Laura Loomer video will be out early first week of November. Don't doubt me this time. Okay, so getting back to this dude who wanted to be reincarnated with a ghost pussy. Randy Stair. So this video that we're about to watch from Jim, one of my favorite videos that Jim ever made. One of my favorite from Jim's video making era, right? There's some streams from Nick that some streams from Jim that I think are classics, right? Like his King of Pole, his outline stream of the King of Pole, where he just it's basically just him reacting to some audio that somebody gave him of Brian admitting that he likes to suck cock and trying to sleep with a married man. That was a beautiful stream. Jim did some great streams, but I always was a bigger fan of his videos, of his produced content. In this internet insanity, this Randy Stare, I think from a journalistic standpoint, probably the best video he ever made from like a journalistic standpoint outside of his Gamergate videos. Because his Gamergate videos was Jim trying his hardest to be journalistic and somewhat professional and shit because he really cared about the topic. This one, usually when people do this is true crime shit, basically. This is basically a true crime documentary made by I don't know, would you call Jim a sector? Yeah, Jim's a sector guy. He's sector adjacent at the very least. But yeah, this is basically a true crime documentary through the filter of a sector guy, which means he doesn't take it that seriously because the subject, again, is a dude who thought that by killing people and himself, he would be reincarnated as a cartoon ghost girl, and he and his cartoon ghost waifu would just have hot lesbian ghost sex in the afterlife. So fundamentally, he thinks this is silly, and also Jim had this philosophy where he thought you could actually reduce the number of mass shooters by just mocking them, right? Just take a mass shooter and just look through their porn history and just post it. Post their browsing history. Post them looking at granny porn or them trying to like Google CP and shit like that. Just make it so that other people who want to be mass shooters will know you won't look cool. We will make fun of you after you're dead and rotten in the ground, right? This is a very R.I.P. Bozo-esque video. All right, let's just get to the content.
Shut the fuck up!
You shove cucumbers down your pussy!
Shut the fuck up!
I said you shove cucumbers down your pussy!
Shut the fuck up!
Were you trying to get crazy with this thing? Don't you know I'm loco?
I'm not insane! This is not reality, not reality, not reality.
This is reality.
I want you to picture the protagonist from Hatred. Dark, brooding, angsty, ready to unsheath his katana at a moment's notice. Now take that image, that personification of rage incarnate, and put him in a pretty dress. Because deep down he wants to be a little girl. Add on top of that the fact that he is a huge fan of My Little Pony. There he stands before you, with shotgun in hand, in his pretty high heels and his MLP hat, ready to enact his plan. And what's his master plan? That if he kills enough people, if he murders enough people before killing himself, he will be reincarnated as a second-string character from a Nickelodeon cartoon show. But our angsty, transsexual brony, who is a huge Nickelodeon fan, isn't a work of fiction. He's Randy Stairs, otherwise known online as Andrew Blaze. Because
this is how, if this was a true crime documentary, if this was done by one of those bitches who like do mukbangs while they talk about how some girl got chopped up and put into a fridge, this would be so dark, so brooding. There would be this emotional music playing in the background, right? But Jim, fundamentally, like, it's sad that people got murdered, but he doesn't take this seriously. This is a lolcow. A lolcow killed people. This is a murder lolcow to him. There's no reason to take this that seriously, because you're dealing with, this is somebody who didn't get bullied enough. It's not that they got bullied, it's that they didn't get, Randy Stair didn't get bullied enough.
It was this bizarre amalgamation of a person, this motivation behind an act that
Oh,
drove
I'm echoing?
Randy.
Oh, I'm echoing? God damn. Storm drain stream. Yeah, okay, hold up. Thank you for telling me, guys. Voice from the heavens. Well, in a way, it does kind of sound... Hold on, let me turn that off. All right, am I still echoing? I want to fix this real quick. Before we advance, I want to fix this. Okay. How's that? Does that sound better? Okay, it's fixed. Oh, nope. Yeah, it's fixed. Now you good now? All right, so, right, advancing. So, you can already see the tone for this video has been set. We are not, it's going to be very clownish.
To kill 3 co-workers at the supermarket he worked at, all to attain his goal of becoming a ghost girl in the hereafter. Now, a lot of times when you examine insane people, when you look at the aftermath of an act of violence, there are 2 things people want to know: the what and the why. Why did they do it? What was the motivation for them doing it? Why was no one there to stop them? What could have prevented this tragedy from happening? But myself, I'm more interested in the when and the how. How did the transformation begin? How did Randy Stairs, somebody who started out on YouTube a decade ago, go from a normal kid to a sociopathic Nickelodeon spree killer? When exactly did he go from normal to batshit insane? One of the major differences between what happened with Randy Stairs and something like a Columbine is the amount of evidence left behind. While it's true that spree killers and mass killers in the past have left behind manifestos, as Randy has, what's different now is that people catalog, they archive their entire life online. And so in the case of Randy Stairs, we have a decade's worth of a history, of a footprint of who he was and when this transformation began. So I'm going to take us on a journey. I'm going to show you Randy Stairs' descent into pure insanity.
This shit is so early 2000s.
Randy Stairs, before he was known online as Andrew Blaze, before he was part of the EGS, the Ghost Squad spree-killing Nickelodeon fan club, was known as Pioneer Productions. Now, Pioneer Productions was a holy fucking shit, what the fuck. Let me make something crystal clear. I don't like Danny Phantom. I'm a Dexter's Lab sort of guy. And as we all know, Cartoon Network fans only commit robberies. I'll pull off a diamond heist, but I'm not going to kill my coworkers because I want to become a transsexual ghost girl. That's just retarded. Now, Pioneer Productions existed since 2008, and one of the first things you're going to notice about the channel, about the content that Randy produces, is that it is completely nondescript.
Obviously, this channel doesn't exist anymore, but let's just look through it a little bit. Mr. Horsehead, End of the World. Mr. Horsehead mates math. He must have wanted to recreate that banger. 2 years on YouTube. Okay, so he was there since 2008. Fucked Up Dreams, Demonic Activities, and yeah. The problem with this guy, from like a content, Jim's gonna get into it, but the problem with this dude is simply he wasn't talented. He had no ability to write skits. He wasn't good at comedy. He wasn't good at writing. He had no talents. Like, he couldn't play music. I don't know. He wasn't like... He didn't even have a gimmick like Fred or the Annoying Orange. This is a very basic YouTube channel. He actually didn't do that bad. Most YouTube channels, especially back in this era, most YouTube channels never got close to 10K subs. He didn't get 10K subs, but no YouTube channels ever got close to it. Most YouTube channels never got videos with 10K or 20K views. So he actually did way better than he should have.
Blends into the crowd. There's no...
But you know, he wanted to be an E-celeb. He wanted to just be an early E-celebrity like Smosh or Fred and all those guys. Nigga Higga and whatnot. But nah.
Nothing.
Even back then, the standards were just high enough that guys like this couldn't expect to make it.
Unique or surprising about it. In the entirety of the 8 years that the channel was up and...
Yeah, 10K views in the early 2000s is actually amazing. Harj's Sin. Thanks, bro. I was about to miss some Halloween Kino for a light moment check. This Hyper Polyglot is a fraud. You rock, brother. By the way, Total P Star DTH happy. Thank you, brother. Not really sure what the end of that said, but thank you.
Running. He tried everything and anything to get noticed. It is the quintessential YouTube channel, throwing as much shit at the wall, hoping something sticks so you'll find popularity. One of the earliest and best examples of this would be Mr. Horsehead meets Mr. Wooden Alligator. This is from the heyday of YouTube, where you could make incredibly shitty content, and people would gobble it up, which just sounds like a fucking hoot and a holler to watch. Now, interestingly, this is the most popular video on his channel. That's excluding an upload of a music video that was pulled down due to DMCA. Illegal.
Oh, No Nut November, you meant? Oh, yeah. Of course, we all doing that. I hope you guys are. I hope you guys aren't going into November. Look, you better get them out now. Better get them out in October.
Speaking, this is the most popular video he ever produced.
We saving
and the only
seeds
reason it has
this
any
autumn.
popularity to it is because he got some heat. He got noticed by having a crossover with a much more popular YouTuber at the time. While Make Me Bad 35 has gone the route of Fred nowadays, where nobody really knows who the fuck he is and his videos get barely any views, back in the day he got quite a few. So this was a coup for Randy. And once he got a taste of success, he tried.
Hold up, I'm actually curious. Let me see something. Does he still exist? Make Me Bad 30. Does he still make content? What's his last video? This is not goodbye. 7 years ago. I guess it was. I guess it was goodbye.
Tried over and over to repeat it by copying the format and trying again and again with whales and frogs and any other kind of children's toy to become as popular as Make Me Bad was. However, for Randy, that never materialized. The videos never garnered many views, and so it was back to the drawing board again. If at first you don't succeed, try fucking anything to get noticed. Another attempt that Pioneer Productions was a part of was again a crossover. This was a channel filmed with his brother and their friends that emulated Jackass, where they'd go out and do stunts to try to garner views. Much like his toy videos, it never really went anywhere. Even when he got a gig making a music video for a band in the local area, he still didn't really get the attention that he was seeking. And this is a common theme played out time and time again on his channel. Over the course of 8 years, he could never find something that really attracted an audience. At his peak, even he says that he was always stuck between 8,500 to 9,000 subs. If you've been on YouTube for nearly a decade, that's about 1,000 subs a year. Much less than he was hoping for, much less than Make Me Bad 35 had, which was around 1.9 million. And this lack of an audience...
That actually is pretty rough. But again, you know, that era, I don't think it was that bad. 1,000 a year, especially when you're just, well, I guess he did take it very seriously. The problem is that he peaked early. He peaked while he was still in high school, I think. And that's kind of rough. That's kind of rough to peak when you're in high school. Because, well, I suppose Nick has it. I suppose Nick Fuentes has kind of suffered from that. And that he peaked in his late teens and early 20s. And everything's been downhill from there. He might turn it around, though. We'll see.
Becomes very visible when you watch the live streams that he engaged in, where he would sit for 3 hours and talk to no one, all by himself, desperately trying to get somebody to connect to.
Yes, we're watching a Jim video, guys, but Jim is not alive. He is not the Bozo. He is not the Bozo we're saying R.I.P. to, all right? It's the guy he's talking about, the video. This dude who killed 3 people because he thought he was going to be reincarnated with a ghost pussy. What the fuck? Oh, that's audio from his video. That's fucking depressing.
Between 2011 and 2013, both on YouTube...
Like, even if there was 1/10 of you guys here, if there were only 14 or 15 of you niggas here, I still wouldn't come. I would come with some energy. I would try and make it a good time. I wouldn't just look like some miserable cunt just staring at my computer, waiting for somebody to say hi to me. That would... No. That would suck. Yo, your buddy Brady, thanks for the $20, bro. I remember around this time, the creator of Danny Phantom was going to YouTube channels trying to drive up interest in a reboot. Then this happened. Heck, the ghost girl in video game was full of Randy Stare memes. Oh, yeah, that's rough. That's rough, dude.
Who've been on other streams.
And even though it hasn't completely impacted the Danny Phantom brand, that character, specifically Ember, is still tainted by Randy's legacy.
websites, Randy repeatedly attempted to try to be a streamer, and yet never found success. It becomes a common theme with him over and over again. Even when emulating something that's popular, even when riding on a trend, trying to capitalize on something that somebody found success in, Randy is an abject failure, time and time again. And after years of this, you can begin to see the cracks start to show. He starts to release content that becomes much more depressed, much more withdrawn, darker than what he usually did, where he talks about how he's disillusioned with YouTube, where the creative outlet that he enjoyed so much for so many years no longer fills the niche, no longer captures his attention.
I'm tired of living in the shadow of other YouTubers and...
Give me a second, guys. Sorry about that. A lot of business, like I say. There's a reason why the Laura Luber video got delayed.
I'm sick of putting so much work into videos and not getting...
I'm not dead. Stop trying to RIP me. I'm not the Bozo we're talking
anywhere
about.
with it, you know.
Wait, does that say RIP Bruno? Shit, I wasn't even thinking about that. That was completely unintentional.
I've said that about the gaming channel too, but I put so much time into my videos and I've just been stuck the last 3 years in pretty much the same ballpark range of subscribers. It's just always been between, you know, 8,900 to 9,000. And it's just not fun anymore. YouTube was the funnest thing I had in my life. I wanted it to be my career, but that's not going to happen. I think it's time for me to stop.
And perhaps a portent to the future. In a series of videos, he goes through and methodically kills the characters he created over the course of 8 years in his videos, and introduces the new content that he is shifting towards. That new content would be EGS.
No matter how much time passes, I can't erase the disbelief, the disgust, the pain.
The EGS, or Ember's Ghost Squad, was a radical departure from the content that people who were users and subscribers of Pioneer Productions were used to. It was so radically different that Randy took it upon himself in a multitude of...
Let's think about this for a second, because this guy actually did. Don't forget, this guy had almost 10K subs, right? So imagine that his actual genuine fans, because he has some, he had a few fans. Imagine that the dude who you're subscribed to, who just makes this generic... lame wannabe Smosh, wannabe Fred, wannabe whatever was hot in the late early 2010s. Imagine the dude who makes that type of content suddenly gets really fucking obsessed with some Nickelodeon cartoon and starts making these gritty, emo, fucking tributes to his waifu, where he goes around killing his OCs. Imagine that. What a fucking... It will make your neck snap from the whiplash.
Videos to explain to them the shift in content they were about to witness.
This is a pretty big departure.
And he took it 100% seriously, too. Like, there was never any... that I'm just fucking around. He didn't have the sort of plausible deniability that somebody who's just being a casual degenerate on DeviantArt would have, right? This dude, this genuinely was an important pivot in this dude's life, making this content.
From what you're used to watching from me, I just want to let you know that this is like the point of no return. There is no going back after this.
To Randy, this was a new, darker direction.
You asked who watched it, but yo, hold up. You see, he had a couple thousand views over here. This one had like 30,000. Then again, hold on. No, this was from that day. From that day, this had he was getting, somebody was watching this shit.
Is like the point of no return. There is no going back after this.
To Randy, this was a new, darker direction with a personal meaning behind it. To the majority of others watching, it was laughably bad flash animation. But nonetheless, Randy wholly dedicated himself to it, creating a social media network to support this entirely new entertainment property. From Instagram to wiki accounts, Facebook, and multiple Twitters, he solely dedicated his time to creating this new content. Something which he deeply, deeply believed in.
Now, honestly, I don't know where this squad idea came from. It just sort of happened. I know a big part of it was the dark stuff I've had to deal with personally in my life over the last few years. Every single little bit of those dark moments just contributed to this thing, and it just continued to grow inside my head. And then I decided to actually make a series out of it. But it's really more than just a YouTube video. It's I don't know.
Now, a key question to ask when looking at the creation of this channel and the content that's found on it is what exactly was the inspiration for its creation? This is something that Andrew actually addressed. He talked about a 1.5 month period where multiple accidents took place. He talks about 2 friends being injured in car accidents and then getting into a very bad...
Oh no, we'll get to Hink de Sperma Tank. Yeah, we'll get to Randy's shooting practice. We'll get to that.
Car accident himself.
But the ultimate trigger happened between 2012 and 2013. What happened was, in February 2012, there was a kid that got killed in a car accident that I went to school with. He was in his last year of high school. He was a senior. I had just graduated the previous year, but I knew him. I wasn't like good friends with him or anything, but we knew each other. And then one day I got word that he got killed on his way to school in the morning. And that event was what started this different area of production for me. And then that leads us into January of 2013, which was the ultimate demise of my mind for the most part, because so many things happened in this little span of time that just destroyed me. It was all the bad luck that I could have had in a year thrown into 1.5 months for the most part. What happened was, in January, mid-January, I went back to college to start the new semester, and I got word that a kid that was in one of my classes the previous semester was killed in a car crash. Unfortunately, another event happened in the first week of February, which was a car accident that I was involved in. Long story short, I got sandwiched between 2 cars, totaled my car in a parking lot. Of all places, a parking lot, right? Well, that added to this madness that was going on in my head, and then that sent me into an area which I'd never really been in before. It was very weird, just this place in my head where I just started getting...
See, he says all the bad luck I could have had sandwiched in a year, but the 2 events that he describes as bad luck were, 1, somebody else dying. Somebody else who wasn't a family member or whatever. Somebody else died. That's bad luck for him. And the other one was he got into a really bad car accident that he walked away fine from. Like, he walked away, he was physically fine. I think what happened is that it did something to his brain, but he walked away unscathed. That sounds pretty blessed, right? I don't know, he just seems like kind of a negative bitch.
Get ideas like never before. But all these events that happened to me, it just opened an area in my head that, honestly, it's been there before, ever since I was a kid, pretty much. There's just this area I would go into, but I just was always fascinated with the unknown, the afterlife, dying, death, ghosts, all this stuff that is just a distant reality from this world. I was just always fascinated by it.
The EGS itself...
See, he says he's fascinated by it. He says he's fascinated by ghosts and afterlife and shit. But it's like... he didn't become a true occultist. He didn't become like Aleister Crowley. And he started looking up demons and shit. And started pretending like he was a sorcerer. And started having all these... See, if he would have did that, that would have worked out pretty well for him. Because then he could have gotten all these bitches inducted into his cult. And he could have convinced them to have orgies with him. Like Crowley did. I'm pretty sure that was the main reason. That was the main reason why Crowley got into the occult, I feel, was just so he could get all these hoes to believe that they were actually doing some witchcraft and they would get involved in all his weird sex orgies and shit like that. But he didn't do any of this, right? He didn't... He got into ghosts in the lamest fucking way possible. Through a Nickelodeon cartoon show.
Is a continuation of a children's show, Danny Phantom, centering around Ember, a character in the show, and the ghost dimension where people go after they die. Members of the Ember Ghost Squad will seek out suicidal and depressive people, cast a spell on them, and recruit them into the fold. There's a catch, though. No men allowed. Because when you join Ember's Ghost Squad, you become a female. This plays on a hidden character trait of Randy himself in real life, his transsexuality, something he was uncomfortable discussing with people he knew. Something he had kept hidden from his family and friends, his neighbors, and his coworkers. Now, the content itself could be classified, well, I think it speaks for itself. I've taken some snippets of the videos that were available on the YouTube channel. It's been pulled down since. YouTube has removed it for violating terms of service due to the suicide murder tape he had put up on it. But before that happened, I was able to download a majority of the videos and have put together a compilation to give you an idea of the kind of quality content that would be found on the EGS channel itself.
Unleash the candy! Unleash the candy! If you don't, then it means war! I know you have it! Don't be a faggot! Come on, don't be a gay-ass whore!
Hey! Get down on the road, you little fucking nigger!
Apparently, ghosts don't like black people either. It's good to know the Ember's Ghost Squad is a white nationalist organization. Also, that's one hell of a way to pick a fucking Super Bowl winner.
I hope you all fucking die.
A good majority of the videos centered around these taped sessions where people who would die or commit suicide talked about seeing members of the Ember Ghost Squad moments before they died.
I looked up at the clock and saw the final minutes ticking down.
Somebody earlier said something about how he was so close to creating Has Been Hotel. I wouldn't say that. I don't think he was that close. I feel like the people who make Has Been, the lady who made Has Been Hotel, she's at least got a good singing voice. Right? I feel like she's at least better than Randy in that way. But I understand. I see the vision. I see the vision that you're seeing.
And I saw it.
Honestly, if this dude made YouTube videos just, I don't know, maybe a decade later, he probably wouldn't have ended up being a mass shooter. He probably would have just became trans. He probably still would have ended up shooting himself, but he probably wouldn't have shot other people first.
It was in the shadows of that window glass just staring at me. I don't understand how you could...
Oh no, I agree that the show isn't good. I'm just saying, I see where somebody could see the line of evolution between this and that.
You say what's true after all that I've done for you! Where's the logic in it? Emily! I would throw away science! I would throw away math! I would throw away my precious book collection just to have another chance!
I lost. I failed. I let everybody down.
Barrag, was he trans? See, that's the thing, is that he was like in denial. He never transitioned. And he's not like Dave Moscato where he didn't transition because he's just like a lazy fat bastard who's pathetic and will never amount to anything. I mean, he never amounted to anything, but it's like he didn't transition because he was in denial. So he kind of was using this Ember Ghost Squad shit almost as a proxy to, you know, I don't have to go all the way because I'll transition after I kill myself for Ember. Is his mentality.
All leading into a meta-narrative, into a longer video that he was going to put out that he had animators and voice actors working on, and a piece of content which he himself says helped contribute to him going on his killing spree.
After decades of recruiting.
Now, as I discussed in part 2, when Randy set up the EGS, the Ember Ghost Squad, he created a social media network around it, and part of that was creating Twitter accounts. But Randy didn't just make one Twitter account. Randy made numerous Twitter accounts. Now, if you remember in the retrospective I did on That Guy with the Glasses, I talked about how Spoonie1 had a Twitter account for his dog, where he would roleplay as it and respond to himself. And as crazy as that may seem, Randy outdoes it, because he set up at least 5 to 6 different accounts of characters from the EGS, in which he...
The more I make my YouTube documentaries, the more I feel having a Twitter addiction is, like, it comes part and parcel with a downfall, right? Being addicted to social media too much. It seems like every time somebody's just falling apart, their go-to thing is to just stay on Twitter all fucking day.
He would follow each other, favorite and like each other, retweet each other, and even have in-depth conversations with himself, talking about how much he loved himself from the perspective of each individual character. Now, the reason I bring that up is because on the night of the murders, when he went into...
He was basically playing with dolls, but on social media with himself.
The grocery store to kill his coworkers. He released on all these social media accounts, even the multiple Twitter accounts, the following messages. This info dump included a couple of things. One was a manifesto. It was written works, his journals and his thoughts over the previous year. Another was a compilation of videos of his pre-planning the crime, and we'll talk about that in part 4. But the cherry on top, the real fucking winner, was the video we are about to watch. Now, I can't play all of it. It's over 20 minutes long, but I highly encourage you to go check it out because it is shithouse rat insane. It is so far off the scale of crazy, I can't do it justice trying to describe it. We're going to watch some snippets of it to give you an idea of his mental mindset going into his murder spree. You've seen the transition from the average YouTuber making any content he could to try to become popular to suddenly shifting to this obsession with a children's show where he wanted to reincarnate as a cartoon character with a ghost pussy. Now, this video was something he had been building up to. He had previously talked about how much animation he had to do just to make an opening.
If you haven't seen the intro yet, you should. I've spent about 6 to 15 months on that fucking thing to perfect it, and it cost a lot of money to make it, actually. The content on EGS I haven't really talked about yet, but few people realize that some of that stuff costs money to do. EGS, I've spent over $300 on. I'm not even kidding. Over $300 went into EGS.
Oh, damn. $300 whole dollars? Bro, that's like a whole week's paycheck if you work part-time at a fucking grocery store, which is what this dude was doing. Mikey, do you ban cowards in chat? I don't ban anybody in chat. I haven't really seen anybody give me a reason to ban them, because my reasons for banning somebody has to be beyond them just saying mean words. It's kind of hard for that because YouTube has this fucking auto filter or auto censor anyway that kind of makes banning people kind of not even something that I could do anyway. It probably filters more content, filters more comments than I would ban even if I could see them. Francis, thanks for the $5, buddy. Remember, Mikey, don't be Rama. Yes, sir. But no, this nigga's over here crying about $300. $300, Randy? Like, you could donate plasma and have $300 within like a few visits. Right? And it's like, this is crazy. What a bum.
EGS. Almost every video that goes up there could...
This was the part when I first watched this video, I knew this dude was a loser. Because even when I was younger, right? And I you know, I had a steady job. I was in between doing stuff, getting ready, going to school and shit. And even then, I'm like, what the fuck? $300, nigga, that's nothing.
Costs money. You don't realize that, and it's something I don't
Who
go
cries
into,
about
but, you know, this is a channel that
$300?
I've worked my ass off on.
He had reached out to other animators, to other people that did this sort of work to try to get their help to make the video, but they didn't deliver on time. And so you will see a jump in quality from semi-passable flash animation that you would find on Newgrounds back in 2004 to cartoon doodles that a semi-retarded child would make in kindergarten. And he is extremely angry about that because this was his coup de grace. This was his I hate the world and I'm going to kill people video.
To be fair, hold up. $200, that's like $100 more than what RTU like owed Big Cheese. So maybe that is a lot. According to Review Tech USA, $300 would be an exorbitant amount of cash to just come up with. Because he could barely come up with $200 when he was supposed to. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
And it didn't get the production value he was going for.
Oh, we got another echo? Not again. Damn, this is like, I don't know, it's something we're just going to have to fix over time. Okay. How's this? Okay. Yeah, boomer moments. We still got a couple of those. I feel like I just have to keep the audio down because I don't really get echoes when I keep it down. But that also means I can't really talk while the video is going because, it's not that big of a deal. Okay.
Just watching the opening and reading the text scroll really helps to highlight that. He is really pissed off about it. Nothing says totally sane individual like making out with your shotgun
I have headphones, I just don't hear the echo through them. I don't know why that is. When I hear my audio is super crisp, I guess I'm not hearing what you guys are hearing.
And then doing a music video in your bedroom. A bedroom, which I might add, is completely covered in wall-to-wall posters of Danny Phantom cartoon and My Little Pony characters.
I hope you all come and die.
He genuinely did put a lot of effort into these. They're still shit too. These videos are all terrible, but you can tell that for him, this was a lot of work. Wait, is that a Mac? This nigga was complaining about paying $300 over like, what did he say, like 6 months? $300 spread across multiple months, but he's got a fucking Mac? And wait, what is that? What is he editing this on? That looks like software you have to pay for. So he's paying for software. He's got a Mac. But $300 is to... And he's got a Blue Yeti. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? What was he crying about?
But your love keeps on coming like a thunderbolt.
Hold on, let me see that again. Okay. So... we got one My Little Pony poster. Okay, we got 2 My Little Pony posters. 3 My Little Pony posters. 4 My Little Pony posters. Wow. Wait, did he get that? That is personally... He had to print this out himself.
One of the other things that the video helped...
Okay, so that was like 4 My Little Pony posters in the span of like 10 seconds.
to really illustrate is that Randy obviously was a very introverted person, somebody who was mocked openly for his obsession with a children's cartoon, because some of the lines of dialogue, some of the bullying dialogue you hear in this is just pure comedy.
Andrew's the leggiest, gayest kid in the county of Westboro!
What'd you say, bitch? Shut your mouth, you goddamn whore!
Hey, Andrew, I heard you like to print out girls' Facebook pics and jizz on their faces!
Hold her down, grab her legs!
To be fair, he probably does. He probably did do that at some point, because that was a very specific insult. I heard you like to print pictures of girls' faces and then jizz on them. That is a very, very specific insult. I don't think anybody ever said that out of pocket, like out of nowhere, without some sort of evidence to back it up.
There's Andrew got his little girls again!
Snip that bitch's hair off!
Hey, Andrew, how big's your dick? I bet you jerk to your precious drawings because you can't get any real pussy!
Hey, Rachel, how does my semen taste in your...
Weren't they right, though? I mean, I don't think bro ever had a girlfriend. I think that was the reason why he was so obsessed with Ember. She was his waifu. That was his girlfriend. This fictional ghost character.
Andrew, do you even know?
I don't even think these dudes were bullying him. I think they were just genuinely saying shit like, bro, why do you do the weird shit that you do? Why do you print pictures out of fictional ghost girls and pretend like they're your girlfriends? Why don't you get a real girlfriend? Why don't you go outside? Why don't you touch grass, Randy?
Know what you want to do with your life?
Rachel, you're failing math again!
Why don't you ever hang out with anybody?
There's a bloody tampon in her sandwich!
You're really fantasizing about my dick in his mouth?
Quick! Shove it down her shirt!
Hey, Andrew, got any lube?
Why don't you have a boy...
Wait. What was that? Hold on. What did he just say?
How does my semen taste in your mouth?
Andrew, do you even know what you want to do with your life?
Rachel, you're failing math again!
Why don't you ever hang out with anybody?
There's a bloody tampon in her sandwich!
You're really fantasizing about my dick in his mouth?
Wait, he's fantasizing about my dick in his mouth. That's what he said, right? Right? He did say she. That was specific. He's fantasizing about my dick in his mouth. I never caught that. I caught all the other shit they said before about the bloody tampon. That's the first time I've ever, like, heard that. Or I've ever, like, realized that was said in this video.
Quick! Shove it down her shirt!
Okay, so he wasn't just, like, in the closet trans. He might have just been in the closet, period.
Hey, Andrew, got any lube?
Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel? Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel? Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel?
Shut the fuck up!
Now, I want you to see if you can pinpoint the moment that this goes from semi-passable production value into finger paint mode.
Oh shit. Oh, that's what $300 gets you, I guess.
Really? Fuck now!
Go!
And of course, you have to end it with how he...
Oh yeah, there were no signs. This is the type of shit that, like, the FBI will everybody find this, right? This is something everybody finds later, and then the FBI tells you, well, he was on our radar, but, you know, there are never any real signs. You can never really tell.
He envisions what's going to happen after his suicide.
Here it is. Here's the thing that here's what he was hoping would happen when he finally put that gun in his mouth at that supermarket.
Because once he's done killing himself, that's when he gets his ghost vagina. And again, just to reiterate, these are just a few, just minor snippet.
Why can't fellas just admit that they are gay or like chicks with dicks? Yeah, I feel like this guy, he would have been fine had he well, he wouldn't have been fine, right? Because obviously there were things wrong with him beyond that. But I feel like, I don't know, he probably would have made it to 30-ish had he just realized early, just like called himself trans or admitted that he was kind of gay or something or something like that.
Of this amazing video, this pure fuck.
He was obviously somebody who's deeply, deeply confused about who he was as like a person. It didn't help that he was a failure in life. Like somebody in chat said, Eternal Wave. That was his magnum opus. No, hold on. Who says is like, oh yeah, Sperm Tank. Even his magnum opus was a failure. Yeah, he was a failure. He was a failure from the bottom up.
Insane look into the mind of a disturbed individual. He put this up thinking it was going to wow people. This was the video he put up that was going to make a statement to the world. I don't know what the statement he imagined it was going to make was, but I know the one I interpreted as, that he was suffering from some form of fucking autism. Now, that manifesto, the information that he had posted along with this video, the journal pages, the videos leading up to the executions that he performed at his workplace, paint a very interesting picture of who this person was. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. This is something he methodically planned out for at least a year, training himself to use weapons, purchasing weapons, and planning on carrying this out on a specific date. A date he hints at on social media listed clearly.
That's kind of lame. I mean, you plan out a shooting for a year, you do all this practice, you get all this gear, and then when the time comes to perform, you only kill 3 people. That's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of low. I feel like a less retarded person. I feel like somebody with like a spree shooter with a mass shooter who had like Down syndrome could probably get a better body count than that if they were planning out the shooting for a year.
Andrew Blaisdell, and on his Facebook account, which again is now deleted, but some screen caps remain. Look at the smugness of these statements. Something big is coming. Get ready for this date. He was gleeful about what he was going to do. And to really see that in its fullest context, we need to look at the manifesto. And
FBI are just the laziest motherfuckers on earth. Right? Somehow they can snoop through your fucking email. They're too busy. They're too busy snooping through your emails or pretending to be Klansmen at rallies or white nationalists and shit to just realize that they're to just catch a mass shooter or whatever.
Information he left to really see how much he planned this and the bizarre rationale that he left behind.
What's up?
Now, in the
why didn't he become a gun tuber? Like, he had the guns. Why didn't he just become a gun tuber channel? He might have actually gotten better at aiming if he did that.
Tome of information.
He might have gotten subscribers if he did that.
Information that Randy left behind. There were many different documents and formats that were included. Among them was a journal. Now, I'm not going to be focusing on that for...
Hold on. Let me read this. I see cops passing the store on the road every once in a while. There's a police station like 2 miles from there. I guarantee Brian will get a call out, blah, blah, blah. Part of me hopes so you can hear it on the tape. I'm going to record it all anyway, but that would never air. I'd have no time to send it anyway, and blah, blah.
Few reasons. The main reason being that their insight and importance is secondary to the videos.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to destroy Victoria's head. She'll be completely beyond recognition. I want Brian to die the fastest. He's been through enough. What? But I'll still show him. I'll still see him surviving. Wish I had longer range weapons, but okay.
Themselves. There's a lot more you can glean from a video.
Victoria must have been a bitch or something. Victoria must have, like, snubbed him.
Than you can from writing.
Victoria must have learned about his obsession with children's cartoon and made fun of him, so he held a grudge.
The behavior and mannerisms of an individual in a video, their cadence and how they carry themselves, the things they say and the way they look when they say them, gives you a better understanding of their mindset when you're trying to get the most information out of it. Now, the videos included in the manifesto follow Randy as he's planning his action at the supermarket. In fact, it even predates that. He lets a coin flip decide where the massacre is going to occur.
Okay, so here's the deal. Got a 1983 quarter right here. You believe in fate? Here's the fate test. I'm gonna flip this 3 times, or the best out of 3, rather. And if it's heads, I'll do it here. If it's tails, supermarket.
Once a location had been set and he was working...
Okay, fucking Two-Face. Okay, fucking Anton Chigurh. Okay, bro.
Working on his video...
Hold up. Look, dude. Look, he's even got his haircut. He's even got Anton's haircut. He wants to be him so bad, bro.
Tails, supermarket.
Once a location had been set and he was working on his video, you can still see the anger he has at the animators for not contributing to his final video.
This is meant to be amazing, and I had to do everything, which... fucking animators can kiss my ass for that.
Now, a good majority of the film that he left behind was his use of guns.
Alright, so back up at the shooting range again. I just brought Mackenzie this time.
Alright, let's see the master marksman at work.
Just for the sake of being secretive about it.
And that's a detail I should probably expand upon. He named his shotguns. He named his shotguns after characters in the Ember Ghost Squad. He gave them personalities. He named them after his own OC. And along with the shotguns, he made sure to get a lot of ammunition because he wanted to practice as much as he could.
I can't fuck. Like, there's 250 fucking shells. 200.
Did his parents not think any of this shit was suspicious? Because he lived with his parents, right? Did they never think anything was suspicious that, hey, our son, who's like an introvert, is like a fucking hermit, doesn't really have any friends, doesn't have anything going on, who's obsessed with fucking cartoon girls and horses, he suddenly got really into guns and he keeps buying all this ammo. I wonder what that's about.
50 rounds of ammunition.
Yeah, he's probably fine. His parents probably work for the FBI.
What the fuck?
Now, you might be curious why he would need that much. Well, if you remember the Polygon playthrough of Doom, that's basically Randy's shooting ability.
Dude. That's actually impressive. Okay, he got what?
He fired 50
Wow! That's actually impressive. Like, you have to try. It's like, hold on, there's this shot right here that gets me. Hold on. This shot right here that gets me. Like, it's like it went through the beam. It didn't just like miss any of the water containers. It went through the beam. It's like when you're playing Morrowind, right? You're playing an old Elder Scrolls game where you can only hit people if you have a certain stat that's high enough, right? Every time you try and attack somebody, it's like there's a stat check, and if you fail, your hand goes through them. That's what this is like. Like, he shot at the thing, but his aim stat is just so low. Like, it went through it. Like, the universe wouldn't let him hit. Dude.
He fired 50 times in the store and only killed 3 people.
I did not know that. Okay. I was wondering, right? I'm like, how does a dude like this even kill 3 people to begin? Okay. He literally went through every bit of ammo except the one, like, the one that he was going to use to kill himself. Okay.
That's averaging
50 out of... No, Jim did the math. Jim did the math already. Hold on.
Roughly 16 shots a person with a shotgun at close range to kill somebody. Randy was not very skilled with weapons.
Hold on, real quick. 16 persons is shot. What is that? What is that in probability? Hold on, let's just see. I fire at somebody. Let's just say it was 50 divided by 3, right? So, oh wait, he already did it, right? So 16. So he has a 16% accuracy. Okay.
Weaponry. Nonetheless, he was excited. He was looking forward to the murder-suicide.
There's a...
See, guys like this are the reason why the government... Well, no. Hold on, let me take that back. I was about to say, guys like this are the reason why the government doesn't want us to have automatic weapons. That's not true. Government doesn't want you to have automatic weapons because they're afraid you're gonna use it to overturn it. They don't actually care about retards like this who just go around and killing random civilians because there's something crack with their brain, right? But this dude, if you were an anti-gun guy, it would actually be, he would make a strong argument for some gun control because you can't let a dude like this have an automatic weapon. If he had an automatic weapon, he might have actually had a somewhat respectable body count. But because he actually had to aim each shot, he couldn't just spray, right? If he had a Draco, right? If he had a fucking switch, that would have been a problem. Dudes like this are the reason why DeSantis had to get switches off the street.
A lot.
Because here's the thing. Hood is filled with niggas like this. Like, we're making fun of this dude. This dude has the average accuracy of niggas who push on, like, gangbangers, right? Like hood niggas. The average YN has an aim of about a Randy Stare. They all suck at aiming. This is why they all use switches, because it's the only way that they can get their kill streaks up.
That can change the date of this thing. In a way, I firmly believe it.
This is the main reason why guys like King Von. King Von was so scary because Von actually knew how to aim a gun, right? And that's the scariest fucking thing you can have in a nigga who knows how to aim, right? He had good shooting for him and everything.
It will be June 7th. In reality, it'll be the 8th because it'll be past midnight, but that's what I'm thinking. It's getting to the point now where I want it to be here. I want to go. I'm tired of envisioning putting that barrel in my mouth and pulling the trigger, you know? Every time I look at that suicide picture of Eric Harris and Tone Klebold, it's like, I just want it to be here already.
Columbine is so gay. Something about the Columbine kids, right? And this is something I always hated. And this is one of those things when I realized that Stephen King was like actually a fucking loser and kind of a retard. Because he had this one thing he said about the Columbine shooters, right? He said something like, what did he say? He said something like, I would have listened to them because nobody else did. What did he say? What was his quote? I swear he had like a quote about the Columbine shooters. Anyway, he said something like, he asked, what would you have done to the Columbine shooters to stop them from doing it? And he said something like, I would have listened to them because nobody else did. And that's not the reason. People who actually knew those fucking retards said that no, they weren't bullied. Nobody did anything to them, really. They were just fucking misanthropic asshole loners who hated the world, right? They hated the world, and the reason why they did what they did is because they wanted to have power over people, because they're just pieces of shit. Oh, it was Marilyn Manson, excuse me. Stop, why did I say Stephen King? That must have been related to something else. Right, it was Marilyn Manson. What was the quote that Stephen King said about that thing? No, he said something else. Anyway, it was a different thing, right? But yeah, it was Marilyn Manson. Okay, so yeah, Marilyn Manson said something like that. And it's like, no, these dudes, it's not that anybody ignored them. Vast majority of people who do these things are never doing them in retaliation against the world. They're doing them because they're just pieces of shit who want to have power over other people. Right? I go into a school with a gun. Now I'm the boss. Now I'm the king. Now I'm this grim reaper. And I get to decide who lives and who dies. And everybody's at my mercy. That's the real reason they do it. And then you got guys like Randy who looks up to him because in truth, he's just the same way. He also wanted to feel important because he never was. Only thing he ever wanted to do in life was be some big E-celeb. And he could never achieve that because he's just not very good at making content. And rather than moving on with his life, he decided that I'm gonna be a big person, and I'm going to realize my ambition of, rather than just coming out as gay or trans or whatever the fuck I am, I'm going to kill people, feel like a powerful person, and then I'm gonna kill myself, leave behind this devastating legacy, and I'm gonna ascend to the afterlife where I get to have hot lesbian sex with my ghost waifu who's going to scissor me with my new ghost pussy that I'm going to get when I die.
It's gonna be like that.
Unironically, what he believed.
The whole thing is just gonna be like that.
When I go on my little monologues, I do exaggerate. It's kind of, everything I said was 100% not an exaggeration.
Not just how he was going to take himself out, but the amount of power he was going to feel when he killed other people, when he held their life in his hands.
There's gonna be all kinds of thoughts racing through my head in those final few minutes. Just like I'm so ready. Like, there's gonna be so much adrenaline flowing through me. I'm gonna feel like more powerful than I ever have in my life, and there's not gonna be anyone.
See, he literally says it. He literally says it.
That's gonna be able to stop me.
It's all about feeling like a big man for once in his life.
A good majority.
Honestly, he could have just started working out. How many dudes do you know that hit the gym regularly who go on to become mass shooters? I don't know any. I mean, I know about dudes who hit the gym and then they, like, I don't know, murder their girlfriends or some shit like that. But I don't know any who go shooting up schools.
The majority of the videos that are included in the manifesto are upwards of an hour. Some of them are just...
Yes, goth girls did do this. If goth girls had never become a thing, Randy Stair would have never murdered anybody. Unironically.
Car rides where he's talking about his planning and how he's going to go about the massacre. Other times it's filmed in his room, talking about the different steps he's going to take to make sure the exits are blocked and who he's going to target and what time he's going to commit the attack. But it's the last two videos of the manifesto.
Quiet Rioter, thanks for the $5. You know this kid was cooked when you see that Cowboys flag in the back. Oh, yeah. It's crazy how that's the only piece of masculinity that this dude had, was being a Cowboys fan.
Manifesto that really give an insight into his mindset and what set all of these events into motion and the rationale behind them.
It's like there's EGS recruits telling me to do it in my head. Do it. Do it. It's not schizophrenia or anything like that. But it's like there's...
Really? Are you sure? Are you sure it's not schizophrenia? Like, are you positive about that? You never considered, like, going to a doctor or anything? You never, like, asked your parents about that? Because you said something about getting into a car wreck. You sure that, like, nothing happened to your brain and maybe you don't have... Like, are you sure it wasn't schizophrenia? Okay.
Spirits telling me in my head, do it.
These last two films were dedicated to his parents, and in them he explains quite a bit. Now you have to remember, they don't know much about their son. They're probably not even really aware of his YouTube channel, so he has to go through these steps of explaining what the hell Ember's Ghost Squad is, and the significance it plays in his life.
Like if you look on the post.
See, you talk about if this guy had a cult following, there's a chance. This guy might have actually just been ahead of the curve, right? He might have been too early. I feel like had he debuted like just 10 or 15 years later, right? I feel this dude actually might have had just this Discord cult or Telegram cult of shit like this, and this would have been a way bigger issue than just him killing 3 people in himself. Yo, in a way, we're kind of lucky that he was a washed up YouTuber in the early aughts and early 10s.
Poster behind me, those were inspired by Ember.
Oh, yeah, I really do think this guy probably would have thrived in some niche Discord in the 20s.
McLean, which is a ghost from a TV show called Danny Phantom, which started back in 2003, 2004. You know, I was in late elementary school at that time. But this ghost, this woman always connected with me. Ever since I first saw her, it just, something changed. It was like a spark. And it just connected with me. It made me feel warm inside. And it felt very familiar, which was strange. It was like I'd seen her before. But at the time, it was a brand...
That's the Mandela effect, B.
...brand new show. And nothing had ever been done like that before with that type of character. Like, you never saw that character anywhere else except that show. And I just grew...
That's that deja vu.
...attached to her. Unlike anything I ever had in my life. It's just one thing I'll say is like that white stain on the floor, like that splotch you'll see on my carpet. That was an Ember thing. I wanted to make my skin as white as possible to look like her. I wanted it to be completely white, so I bought this body paint, which was like, I don't even know what it was. It was like latex shit that like, it becomes like glued to your skin and you gotta peel it off. And it got on the carpet and then it got freaking in my body hair, which like almost never came out at the time. What little body hair I had at the time anyways, but...
How much you want to bet that that's just jizz, right? How much you want to bet that that's just nut on his carpet and this is just an elaborate story he made to make it seem like he wasn't nutting to his ghost waifu every day?
That stuff never came off. It's funny. As I said, 2013, Ember came back into my life and she was never out of it again.
Even further than that, he goes into the fact that he is a transsexual, a cross-dresser. If you listen to his language when he's talking about it, he almost sounds upset that they never noticed. Almost like he was leaving hints out that he was disturbed, that there was something wrong with him, and that he was hoping they would call him on it.
But this is just when things started to change with me in 2013. It's when I started, I guess you could say cross-dressing, which is something you never knew I did.
Really? I would have never guessed, Randy. I would have never guessed you, of all people, were cross-dressing. I never would have thought that you were into wearing girls' clothes. You, Randy, with your obsession with My Little Pony and women from children's cartoon. Never. There absolutely is no type of person who you share a lot of traits with. That just came out of left field.
I was cross-dressing ever since high school. And what would happen would be when you guys would...
Oh yeah, this is absolutely motivational material for No Nut November. You don't want to get like this. This is a dude who just got destroyed by mental illness and being an incel and just being a total gooner who was in love with his waifu, dude. You don't want to end up like Randy. Even if you don't end up killing people or yourself, you still don't want to end up like Randy.
Would go to your bowling leagues and Jeremy would go with you, which was every Wednesday. I would either film a YouTube video, you know, back in early high school, you know, 9th, 10th, 11th grade. I would pretty much always film a YouTube video between 9th and 10th grade on every Wednesday when you would go out the door. So I would either film a video or I would cross-dress. And that's something I've kept to myself my whole life. I never told anybody about this. And it's something that probably shocks you, but at the same time, it's like, well, yeah, you never had a girlfriend or anything like that, so... I guess it's expected.
He never had a girlfriend. Okay, so literally, I misremembered. I didn't watch this. This is my first time rewatching this video in literally years. So I forgot some certain details. So when I was saying stuff like, yeah, he's probably trans. Yeah, he still lives with his parents. Yeah, he probably never had a girlfriend. And he's just confirming everything that I said and that you guys have been brainstorming in chat. Like, we called it immediately. Because there are so many niggas... Oh, shit. Echo. Fuck. Hold on. Give me a minute. Okay, here's the thing. We're going to fix this after this. After this stream, I swear, I'm going to, like, dedicate so much of my time. I'm just gonna, like, dedicate the rest of... Well, no, I gotta put out the video. After I'm done with the Loomer video, I'm gonna, like, open up the stream. And I'm going to... I'm gonna open up a practice stream, and I'm just gonna figure out all the kinks so we don't have to go through this shit. You guys deserve quality audio, right? And also, thank you for telling me about the echo so I don't keep fucking around, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I got loomered. Yeah, I got loomered. I haven't even put the video out. I haven't even put the fucking video out. I haven't even put the video out yet. And this bitch is already loomering me with her Judeo bunny mind control. That's what she's got Trump caught under. She's got Trump caught under that Judeo bunny mind control. I'm a robot? Do you guys still hear the echo? Hold on, let me just... Okay, do you guys still hear the echo? These ear cells are always complaining. Okay. Fixed now. Okay, it's fixed now. Alright, so... I think I kind of figured out what the problem is now. But oh yeah, we'll practice this later. So I can, so we don't keep having these audio issues in the future. But yeah, basically everything that we've said about this guy. Oh, you can save OBS settings. Thank you, Chuck. I actually didn't know that. Maybe I should maybe I should just take a couple hours out of the day to go through an OBS tutorial. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of fucking dealing with this black magic shit that comes with this program that's free. And so, you know, you kind of get what you pay for. So I shouldn't be whining like this. Anyway, everything we said about this thing, everything we guessed about this guy was 100% on the money. Yes, he is trans, or at least he's like, I don't know what they call it, non-binary or whatever. Yes, he does cross-dress. Yes, he doesn't have a fucking girlfriend. Yes, he is kind of an incel, or maybe he's a volcel, or maybe he's a fake cell. I don't know, right? This dude's got issues. Personally, I think he's a volcel, because look, bro can play music to a degree. He can, like, edit videos to a degree. He was able to edit and produce a music video for this fucking local band, right? He had a somewhat, I mean, for his age and for the time, it was a somewhat popular YouTube channel. He came close to 10K, right? He's a skinny, emo white boy in the early aughts and early tens. There's some girl who would have been into whatever the fuck this is. Even the My Little Pony shit. You can go to a convention and you can find fucking women who are into the autistic twink that he is. This dude is... It was mostly mental illness. It was mostly mental illness, autism. That car accident he was talking about probably did fuck with his brain. He probably did have a little bit of a cranium issue, right? And combined with the autism, it just produced a terrible concoction. Really, if he just went outside and maybe he hit the gym. If he went to the gym, if he hit the gym, he probably would have been fine. He probably still would have tried to wear girls' clothes and would have been obsessed with children's cartoon, but he probably wouldn't have at least shot anybody, except maybe himself.
The more I wore girl clothes, the more I felt like that was who I was. Like I felt like I was a girl, and I found out that I was. I was never meant to be a guy. I was just a female soul trapped in a man's body my whole life. Every 3 days since like 2016, I've been shaving my arms and legs and entire body every 3 days. You wonder what I'm doing in the shower for so damn long? I'm shaving my entire fucking body. I wasn't jerking off in there. But
I don't believe him. I actually do believe he was jerking off in there. I think he was doing both.
Which I don't know why. I hid it for the longest time. I kept the girl razor in my freaking desk over there. And I just got tired of hiding it. I'm like, well, they're going to have to eventually know anyway, so I just started leaving it on the counter, but nobody questioned it, which I couldn't believe. That shocked me. As time went on, I thought like Rachel. Like I thought my name was always Rachel. But I don't know. But that's when that started, and that was the lead character for EGS. Me.
He also brings up the fact that he is obsessed with school shooters, namely the Columbine killers.
I drew it. I drew my own version of that suicide picture. I literally traced over it and made my own version of it. If you look really close, you will see it. But unless you know exactly what it looks like, you won't even notice that it's there.
That's a funny thing to say. I traced over it and I made my own version of it. Surely you can't make your own version of something that you just traced. Surely not. Right? Also, he was that mediocre of an artist. I mean, you can see the art behind him, right? Like, you can see the art. His level wasn't that high. This is not a nigga who ever picked up Loomis or Hampton or Bridgman or whatever, right? He never learned his fundies. All he did was just copy. He copied Butch Hartman. Butch Hartman fucking ruins so many young artists who just thought they could get away with not knowing anatomy. Actually, no, you do. Even if you're just gonna draw shit like this, you kind of have to know a little bit of the fundies, bro.
But there's two angles of that suicide photo. Like, one's like the angle I mentioned. It's like an overhead view where he's over to the left like this and Dylan's like laying like this because the police had to roll them over to check for bombs after the massacre happened. The other picture was taken like head on. You could see like Eric like this and his hands kind of covering his face, but like his head is like completely obliterated. And then you can see like the wound on Dylan's head and all this. And I loved it.
This VOD isn't going to get monetized. This VOD, I can already tell, bro. Once I put this VOD up, I mean, that was already a given because, you know, we're playing copyrighted music is in this video. We got gore in this video. We got cartoon gore. We got real gore. I mean, whatever. I mean, hey, it's a Halloween stream. And it is an RIP Bozo. And those two niggas, that's definitely somebody who we spit on their graves of.
And it wasn't sexual or anything. I wasn't turned on by dead people or corpses or anything like that. I was attracted to ghosts, yeah.
Don't worry, Mom and Dad. He doesn't want to fuck their dead bodies. He just wants to screw their soul.
Can't they strike me for this, though? I mean, I guess they could. Well, let's do this, then. How about this? Let's do this. I'm just gonna, like, unlist or private it or whatever. I don't know. I wish somebody would just archive this shit. Somebody could just, like, archive this stream. I don't know. You could even edit it and then, like, try and monetize it or whatever. Because I want you guys to have the content. But also, I don't care. Like, I don't care if it's on my channel. I don't care if I don't make money off of it through ads or whatever. But I do want you guys to have the content. But also, I don't, like, I still have another strike. I still got a strike. That doesn't go away until later into November. So yeah, you guys are kind of right. Whatever. We'll be fine. It'll be fine.
No, there's no cause for concern with an admission like that. But again, this was information he never opened up about. He didn't want to go to therapy. He didn't want to be helped. It wasn't something that he was seeking help for.
I know you could be thinking, like, you could have gotten help. You could have seen a psychiatrist. You could have gotten help. But the truth is, that wouldn't be me. Me being on medication, sitting in therapy. No. That alters who you are. It's not me. Never would be. All throughout my life, I was never big on living. I hated life. I almost always did.
I was never big on living. You know what? Life, it wasn't for me. It wasn't my thing. I learned from an early age that I just wasn't built for this life shit, man. You know, I just wasn't. It just wasn't my style. It wasn't my speed. I always knew. I can't go to a therapist. I go to a therapist, they'll do some shit like tell me to keep living. Like, why the fuck would I want to do that? Yeah, just like don't improve ever. Never improve. Just keep being a fucking sourpuss, cross-dressing, wanna be a mass shooter, look up to mass shooter ass bitch who watches fucking children's cartoon and fantasizes about ghost pussy. Just keep doing that. Keep doing that. Not want to live.
I hated meeting people. You know that full well. I just hated going through everyday life. I always did. I wanted to go to Grandma and Pop-Pop's house and get one of their handguns and shoot myself. Or completely douse myself with gasoline and light a match and hopefully it would kill me, you know?
And that really comes down to the relationship that he had with his parents, because there's a lot of buried anger there, especially directed towards his father.
I'm your fucking kid, and you don't know anything about me. You don't know how I truly feel about anything, and I can't tell you that stuff. And then all he fucking seemed to care about was, like, me getting a full-time job and making money and then trying to move out of the fucking house and start my own life and all this shit, which I knew I was never gonna do.
All my dad cared about was me being able to sustain, me being able to like live my own life as a grown-ass man. All my dad cared about was me being able to put food on my own table, me being able to pay my own bills, me not being some fucking neat incel living in his house forever. I can't believe my dad. Doesn't he understand? This guy actually has a lot in common with Dave Moscato, right? Obviously, Dave would never hurt a fly. Dave is incapable of hurting a fly. Literally, his father is in his late 70s. Dave just turned 40, and he's in significantly worse shape than his 70-something-year-old father who works out almost every day of the week, right? This guy, on the other hand, they're both the same dudes who just blame the rest of the world for their misgivings. Maybe the difference is that Dave early on was like, I'm trans. Well, then again, Dave put significantly less effort into being feminine than Randy has. Like, Randy tried to whiten up his skin and tried shaving all of his hair, and he actually tried dressing as a girl, and Dave doesn't do any of that. Dave doesn't shave. Dave doesn't take hormones. Dave wore a dress a couple times, and it was really just, he only wore the dress, I feel, for like fetish reasons. So, yeah, this guy's he's just a loser. He's just a loser. That's basically the thing. All mass shooters are losers, but it's interesting to have an example of somebody just on camera admitting straight to our face, yeah, I'm a loser.
It's all about money, isn't it? And guess what? Money's fucking worthless.
Wasn't worthless when you needed that shit animated, was it, nigga? Wasn't worthless when you needed to shell out that $300, was it? Wasn't worthless then, was it?
Drop dead. I don't see why it was such a big fucking deal, because I was still part-time at the store. I was still making money, you fucking whore. I was making fucking money.
You were working part-time at a grocery store talking about making money. Bro, $300 was a big deal for you, dude. What money were you really making? Why didn't you take up a trade? Why didn't you do anything? Also, were you really not making was he not making any money from YouTube? I mean, he was working part-time at a store, and he said, and he had like a channel that almost had 10,000 subs. Shit. When I had half as many subs as this nigga, I was definitely making more than $300 a month off of YouTube.
And just sitting around doing nothing. I was virtually full-time at the fucking store as a part-time fucking worker, you goddamn cunt. You're lucky I didn't fucking blow your goddamn head off. Very easily could have. Could have walked right into your room when you're about to fall asleep and blow your goddamn head off and then went to the fucking store. Very easily could have done that. But I didn't.
He probably would have missed. Like, unironically, he could have done that. He could have aimed point blank at his dad's head while he was sleeping. And he probably would have missed, and his dad would have woke up. And he would have, like, took the gun from him. He probably would have missed. If he had tried to kill his parents before he went to that store, he probably, the shooting probably wouldn't have happened, because he would have missed, and his parents would have struggled and got the gun out of his hands.
I want you to fucking suffer. And suffer hard. When's the last time you ever said you were proud of me?
Why would he say that? Why would he say, bro, you stay in his house. You only work part-time. You don't have anything going on. You aren't going to college. You want to be like an E-celeb. And even your YouTube channel, you like abandon your almost 10K sub YouTube channel so you can pursue some autistic Nickelodeon cartoon waifu cult shit, right? You don't do anything. All you do is spend money on guns that you don't know how to shoot despite practicing with them for months. What would your dad have to be proud of, right? Honestly, if you had just gotten a full-time job or you had gotten a trade, if you had just gotten a gym membership, your dad probably would have gave you a pat on the back.
When's the last time you ever said, I love you? When's the last time you ever did anything for me? Never.
You live in his house rent-free. What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't have to pay bills. You have like a free place to stay. What are you talking about? You never did anything for me. Like, what are these walls, bro? Did you make them? Did you make the house? Dude, what an asshole, dude. This dude, he's just an asshole. No wonder he was a fucking trans hermit. Who had to watch cartoons
seems like part
by
of his
himself.
motivation was to punish them for not knowing who he was and what he was into, for making him try to have a normal life, for making him try to go to school and get a job and move out and be successful. He was bitter and resentful for it. He was angry that they were pushing him that direction, and he wanted to make them suffer.
Hello, my name's Randy. And I have a problem.
You know, there's always a risk, people assume, when you discuss things like this. When you talk about a spree killer or a serial killer, that you're glorifying what they did. That by talking about it, you'll inspire others to follow suit. That people want to follow in their footsteps. What they fail to take into account is that when the mainstream media covers something like this, it's very cut and dry. They discuss the events and the tragedy, but they don't focus on the individual. And more importantly, they don't ensure that people don't want to follow it by doing one simple step. By mocking the shit out of this joke of a fucking human being. Randy Stairs is a transsexual brony that believed he could become a fucking cartoon ghost. He is a walking punchline. He was upset mommy and daddy didn't love him enough. He didn't want to get a real job. He wanted to do YouTube as a career. He wanted to become a ghost girl and paint himself with latex paint, put on a dress and play pretend. Now you could say there are a lot of things that contributed to that. That there was magical thinking involved, that that's a clear sign of schizophrenia. You could look at the events in 2013 and say that the car accident had some impact on him, that he had some kind of a brain trauma that flipped a switch and made him go insane. Either way, when you talk about Randy Stairs, if you want to ensure nobody wants to be like him, make sure that they laugh at him. Because nobody wants to be a joke. That's what this man's legacy is. Nobody's going to watch the videos he put up and think, my God, how badass. How inspiring is that? Randy Stairs is the fucking Battleborn of spree killers. I feel no sympathy for him.
Oh, what a reference. Y'all remember Battleborn? Anybody here remember Battleborn? Holy shit. That was Concord before Concord was a thing. Right? When we thought Battleborn used to be the benchmark for how bad a free-to-play game can die at launch. What a reference.
I don't feel sorry.
See, stuff like that really tell you how old a piece of media is.
For Randy Stairs, I feel sorry for the 3 people he murdered. 3 people that did nothing to him. 3 people that worked with him and had families of their own. Had mortgages and payments they needed to make, had children they had to raise, and were killed by this angsty piece of shit who wanted to play pretend and LARP in real life. Who wanted to make mommy and daddy upset. Fuck Randy Stairs. Make fun of Randy Stairs. Show the videos Randy Stairs made to other people so they can laugh at what a failure Randy Stairs is. Nothing he did ever succeeded. Nothing he attempted ever found success. Fuck Randy Stairs.
No, Jim is not dead. Hold up. Oh, wait, hold up. That's supposed to be the next video. Hold up. Anyway. So we listened to Daddy Jim, and you know, we're spreading the good gospel of saying fuck Randy Stairs. All these years later, never forget that this nigga was a fucking loser. A complete loser who just lived off of his parents, didn't want to get a full-time job, wanted to be an E-celebrity, was addicted to cartoon ghost pussy. Never forget that, right? Never ever forget that this nigga sucks. Alright, now, before we move on to our next video, I just want to point this out, right? So, you guys all know about Neo, right? Like, the Neo robot recently had a commercial about it. We're getting robots. After all these years of promising us robots and shit since at least the 60s. Or was it the 50s, right? I remember, like, post-World War II, every generation has been promised that they would get robots. We finally are getting our robots, right? Finally getting our at-home robots. These niggas kind of suck, though. Let me show you. So, this is what they got. All that time. And he can't even... Hold up. Do I have this shit on? No, I don't. Hold up. Look at that bitch. Close the dishwasher. Pick it up. Nigga, pick it up. Worthless piece. Look how slow he is. Look. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to partially close a dishwasher for 20K, right? That's what 20K gets you. But hey, it's a start, right? It's a start. So obviously, as soon as we start getting the technology, one of the first things people are going to start doing with these things is trying to have sex with them. Obviously, we're going to get one of those eventually. And some people are already prototyping what they want the future models of Neo to look like, right? So what it is that this guy could have just waited a couple years and AI and robotics would have been able to allow him to, for an affordable price of $20,000, create his own Ember robot waifu that he could have just LARPed was the real Ember, and he could have just cross-dressed and he could have just dated his ghost robot and he would have been fine. He killed himself too early, right? Imagine, he just got a full-time job, he saved up his money, he could just have like this, he could have put a fucking blue wig and painted her like a goth chick, and then he would have been fine. But nah, fucking dummy killed himself. Don't worry. Once AI and robotics, works it out, we're gonna get rid of incels. Once fucking the tech nerds figure it out, all these incel niggas, they're gonna be gone. They won't be able to commit shootings anymore because they're gonna be too busy gooning to their robot waifus. Okay. Now, moving on. Moving on to our next subject of disrespecting the dead. This one is a little bit more serious. Well, this one's a little bit more, I guess, tenuous, careful. I'm going to be a little bit nicer because this time we're going to be talking about Coach Red Pill. But, right, there's a catch. It's a Coach Red Pill video by none other than, well, hold on. Let me get to this. The reason why I got to be careful is because Coach Red Pill, unlike Randy Stairs, didn't die via suicide after committing a terrible mass shooting where he killed 3 people. Coach Red Pill, hold on, he died in Ukraine. Gonzalo Lira. Because some of you guys actually don't know Gonzalo Lira. Some of you guys actually don't know who Coach Red Pill is. So this is Coach Red Pill. Gonzalo Lira. He is a Chilean-American guy who used to be very big in the Red Pill manosphere in a sector realm, right? He used to get into it with Sargon, with Medicare, with the Quartering, Crowden Godwinson, PPP, right? He used to be a character of the sector. He's one of the sector's great characters in a way. And he ended up dying. He ended up dying in Ukraine. The tragic end of Gonzalo Lira. So let me explain Coach's death before we get into it. Coach died about, it was almost 2 years ago now. He died in Ukraine because for whatever, he was living in Ukraine because, Ukraine is poor and Coach likes to live abroad. And Coach, apparently he had his wife and kid there with him too. I don't know what the fuck. Anyway, they left. Once the war started, once Russia invaded, his wife and child, they evacuated to Belarus or Poland or someplace as soon as the war started, after the Ukraine government advertised him to, told everybody to, because, his wife was sensible. Unfortunately, the thing about Coach is that he has always been a giant clout chaser. He's always been a bit of an attention whore. And he decided he was going to stay and be like a pseudo makeshift war journalist about the war in Ukraine, right? And the mistake he made was that he continued staying on the Ukrainian side of the war while also being friendly to Russians and filming shit and putting them online where the Russians could see. Right, so you had the Ukrainian military, they were accusing Coach of, hey, are you leaking our positions to the Russians? And they're like, no, I'm just taking photos. I'm just taking videos of places that will probably be places that the Russians end up marching through I'm not doing it intentionally. Okay, well, can you stop? And he was like, no. And he was like, what the fuck? So he got arrested. He got arrested by the Ukrainians because, as we know, Ukraine is poor and Ukraine is corrupt. And you would think that, okay, I'm living in a country that's corrupt and poor and is currently being invaded by another country that's also corrupt but not quite as poor. Surely I shouldn't anger the people in this country. But he did, right? He pissed them off. He wouldn't leave. They told him. Ukrainians told him several times, hey, just get the fuck out. You're causing problems. Coach refused because, you know, he's a fucking indignant Americans and Americans are convinced that we run shit. We kind of do. But, you know, you probably shouldn't have that attitude when you're in Coach's situation. So he ended up getting arrested and he ended up dying in prison. Some people say from torture. It seems more like it was... Oh, what was that? Hold up. It seems more like it was from simple health complications. So yeah, that's how Coach went out, and he was a martyr. Oh, pneumonia. Yeah. So he was a martyr for all of a couple months until he was forgotten about. And people forgot all about Coach Red Pill, which is kind of disrespectful. We remember this. We remember Coach. Everybody in the sector still remembers Coach Red Pill. He produced a lot of awesome memes, as we're going to get to when we get to this video on him, by none other than Kraut and T. Hold up, let me pull it up right. Let me put him up right now. Kraut and T. No, that's not Kraut. This is Kraut. There he is. There he is. I see you. You caveman looking ass Austrian nigga. I see you. Hold up. What's the oh, you know, I know exactly. Kino Casino episode 1. Where is it? No. Where is it? Where's the first episode of Kino Casino? Because Kraut was actually on that. Kraut was on literally the very first episode of... Oh, wait, hold up. Look. This is a video about Wilshire Boulevard. So in case you guys don't know, Wilshire Boulevard is this mysterious book written by Coach Red Pill. It's a book that, well, he allegedly wrote it. Nobody has seen it. But allegedly, Nick Rekieta has a copy of it. Now, Rekieta has never leaked this copy, supposedly, of this book that totally exists, right? Anyway, Coach would end up scamming people over this book. He would end up taking funds for it. He would end up never delivering the book, though, right? Basically, he gated these niggas. That's what Coach did. So, let me see. We're going to go... No! Fuck! Damn! Here goes the Vickers interview. Alright, I guess. Anyway, Kraut looks like a caveman now. Kraut... let me see. Maybe I can look for him for goblins. I want to show you guys what Kraut looks like. Kraut does not look like this anymore. Kraut doesn't look like some Austrian twink. He looks like a fucking caveman. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There he is. There he is. Here. Okay. This is what Kraut looks like now. Kraut is a... Allow ads? No, nigga. I take everything for free. This is what Kraut looks like now. He looks like this caveman. He actually has gotten fatter, and his beard is bushier. And he occasionally, like, takes outings out into the Austrian wilderness where he disconnects from the internet, and he doesn't talk to anybody. He just lives in a cabin. It's kind of based. But no, this is Kraut. Anyway, Kraut, back in the day... Yeah, Kraut did, in a way, it's very strange. Kraut did technically kill the the skeptic community by being too autistic. He kind of blew it up, right? And it's very complicated, but there's this Trout saga where it's all this fucking drama and all these accusations, and in the end, Kraut ended up being run away. He ended up being run out of the skeptic community and off the internet in general by all these people, including some people who were just conspiring against him and whatnot. So Kraut ended up coming back and... Oh, hold up, guys. Okay, so the thing about Kraut is that he ended up coming back, and he's had a very successful YouTube career since then, right? This is Kraut's current channel, and as you can see, bro was doing pretty damn good. He's got several million viewed videos, and you click here. He's got over 600K subs. He had a very... He's kind of like... He managed to do the Phoenix shit like Worski did. He ended up making a very epic comeback. But when he first came back, after he came back from his academics please respond disgrace, right? You did the walk of shame and he came back. He kind of went on like some Hitman shit. He had to get back. He had to get his lip back against several people who slandered his name in his absence, right? And one of those people was Coach Red Pill. Coach Red Pill was the dude who Kraut actually had the most beef with, by far. And you can tell when we look in this video with him. So he basically made an exposed video about Coach Red Pill, a Coach Red Pill documentary, right? And I actually wanted to make a Coach Red Pill documentary before he died. This is part of the reason why we're watching this video now, is that I literally cannot, I don't know, like it would be in bad taste, because I would be me, because there's not a whole lot of nice things you can say about Coach, honestly. This is why he stopped being a martyr after only a few months. People just kind of forgot about him, because it's like, you know, he was an asshole. He was an asshole. He was a grifter and all that shit. We're mostly going to let Kraut get on him because, you know, R.I.P. Bozo. Coach was a bozo. And while I don't want to spit and dance on his grave too much, this is a really good video. This is honestly, in my opinion, top 10, maybe even top 5 greatest sector videos of all time Kraut made. In this video, you can't find it on his channel. He deleted all of these comeback tour videos he made where he just tore apart all his detractors, which is a shame because they were all Kino. He had one about Aiden Paladin too, and that one was also really good. So, alright, before we get into this, I have to go and do something. I have to go and handle something real quick. So, give me 5 minutes. Let me see. Let me put something on. Listen to Coach in my absence. I'll be right back.
I love women. I think that they're terrific. I love women. I think that they're terrific. Men bore me. I think that men are just stupid. Okay? Probably because, you know, whenever I'm talking to most men, I know what they're thinking or what they're going to say, you know, 3 steps before they say it, you know? So it's just no fun to be talking to a guy. But a woman, Jesus Christ, I mean, she's just a complete surprise. And I'm not talking about, like, you know, sexually attractive women between the ages of 20 and 27. I'm talking any woman, you know, a 3-year-old girl, you know, some hot young thing, you know, some older middle-aged woman, some elderly lady. They are all fascinating to me because they're all so surprising. The way that they think, their priorities. Guys, they're simple. Women, it's not that they're a mystery. It's that they're a constant surprise, as far as I'm concerned, right? That's why I love women, right? But I recognize the truth about women. Women are like dogs. Now, what do I mean? You have to treat them like you would treat a dog. Firmly. See? A woman does not respond to insecurity. A woman despises insecurity and responds to weakness with a snarl, just like a dog. You ever go up to a dog and you're afraid of the dog and the dog senses it, and the dog gets up and smells the fear coming off of you and starts barking at you and snarling at you and showing its teeth, and it's pissed off at you and doesn't like you, right? Like a woman. You go up to some, you know, 23-year-old hottie, right? And you're like all insecure and tentative, like, I'm sorry, hi, can I get you a drink? I just want to be friends, please don't bite me. And what's that woman gonna do? She's gonna snarl at you. She's gonna look at you like, ew, creepy, ew, rough, right? That's what she's gonna do, right? You come up to a woman, the same 23-year-old hottie, and like, you're pretty hot, but I don't think that you're in my league. You know, what's she gonna do? She's gonna be like, whoa, who's this guy? She's gonna chill out. She's going to be intrigued by you and relaxed around you, right? Because women are like dogs, see? If you're firm and self-confident, they respond. They get relaxed, see? Just like dogs. You go up to a dog, you know, a big, mean Doberman Pinscher, right? Or whatever, some Germanic, what's a Rottweiler, right? Or a pit bull, you know? You go up to that dog, you know, and you say, hey, don't fuck with me, dog. I'm the human, you're the dog. Sit. The dog's gonna be like, oh, okay. And that dog is gonna sit. And you're gonna scratch its head, scratch it behind its ear, you know, and lo and behold, that dog's gonna roll over and offer his belly to you, and you're just gonna scratch away, and that dog's gonna be, you know, happy as a clam. And you're gonna be happy too, because, you know, you made a friend with this great dog. See, with women, same thing. You're afraid of them, you're screwed. See? You go up to them confidently, you speak to them confidently, you look them in the eye, you're relaxed, and what's going to happen? You're going to be fine. Yeah? The woman's going to respond to you. She's going to be relaxed, because women respond to confidence. It relaxes them, and they feel that the man that they're with, the confident man who's speaking to them, knows what he's doing, knows what he's about. Now, of course, the issue becomes, how do you get that confidence? Well, how do you get that confidence with the dog? Experience. You go out and you meet different dogs. You meet different dogs, and at first you're going to be afraid, and at first the dog is going to bite you, right? But eventually, with enough experience, with enough mileage, you get confident. You meet a new dog, no problem. See, there was this wild dog out where I used to live for a while, right? I lived out in the country for a while. Late last year, and this wild dog was running around and just being a nuisance. But he was a big dog, so people were scared that it was going to bite somebody, and it was a fast dog, and anyway. The point is, I wound up going up to that dog, and I have some experience with dogs, and I just yelled at the dog and said, "Stop barking!" It stopped barking. It didn't know that I wanted it to stop barking. It just sensed that I was the guy in charge. See? The dog chilled out. Soon enough, we became fast friends. Soon after that, started hanging out at the house, you know? And it de facto became the guard dog, right? Why is this? Why did this happen? And by the way, this is the trigger for this post. Because I realized, you know, I had enough experience with dogs to get the dog to chill out. And the same with women. When I was young, you know, I was terrified of women. I shat bricks whenever I'd see a woman. When a pretty girl would look at me, I was like terrified, tongue-tied, or worse, I'd say just a lot of stupid shit. And she'd like look at me like, oh God, get away from me, you know? That's what she used to say. but I got enough mileage in my system. And also I discovered that if you're funny, girls like you. See, you're funny, you're telling a joke, you're making them laugh, you know, because when laughter is the quickest confidence builder, both for a woman and for yourself. If you can make people laugh, you know, you feel more confident, right? With the same thing that goes with women. You make them laugh and they feel more confident in you. See? And it becomes a virtuous cycle. So that's what you have to do. You have to treat women like dogs. See?
Brilliant words from Coach. We really lost a guy. We really lost a we really lost a real one back in the day. This guy used to be the peak. I should really make a documentary about the evolution of Red Pillar content over the years, because there used to be a point where Coach Red Pill was considered the pinnacle, or at least he was close. He's one of the top guys. This is like pre-Kevin Samuels, pre-Andrew Tate. This guy used to be the best that, or one of the best that the Red Pillars could do. So yeah, this is, that's Coach. For people who didn't know, and for people who did know, that was a little trip down memory lane. And now, Kraut's about to take us down another trip, because he came back for blood. This is actually going to be very vicious, but fuck it. It's an RIP Bozo stream, and we ain't holding back for nothing.
Red pill. Do you like red pills? Do you want to be red pilled? Do you want to stuff your orifices with as much red pills as you can? Well, get ready to get red pilled as fuck. Because nowadays you can get yourself a red pill coach. Fuck that shit. Most of the shit that happened to me 7 months ago centered around Braving Ruin and this guy, who calls himself Coach Red Pill. And it is arguably this guy who is the biggest piece of shit I have ever encountered anywhere at any time. And I will show to you why. The entirety of the drama around him hinged on one accusation by him. That being that I had doxed him. That I dug up his real name by some illicit scheme and dark ways to fuck him over. The problem with that is, his real name literally was in the description of his YouTube channel. Not once, but 3 times in his
Oh, that's an L. That was an L, Coach. Oh, we're not even a minute in. That's already some critical shit right there.
Email, in his Patreon, and in the pathetic signature he leaves in the description of his channel. He ends every video with a copyright notice from a company that, if googled, leads directly to his name. He even made a video titled "In His Address." And when I happened to google that name and the company and Braving Ruin did his drama, he deleted his name and claimed they were never there. What this moron doesn't know is that I made an...
Oh, hold up. Braving Ruin? Kraut also made, in my opinion, even though this in Kraut's opinion was the most vicious he ever went at somebody, in my opinion, his video against Braving Ruin was the most brutal video he's ever made against anybody, ever. In my opinion. We might watch that one day.
Did his drama, he deleted his name and claimed they were never...
Braving Ruin is kind of like, he's a dissident righty. He was one of those dudes who was always talking about how society is falling in the West. It either needs revolution or it can't be saved. One of those guys. But the thing is, he was kind of like less charismatic Nick Fuentes. Not just in his messaging or the shit he would say, but also in the fact that he wasn't white. Like, he was half Egyptian or some shit. And he actually got his fans to flag down Kraut's content because they said he was bullying a minority.
There. What this moron doesn't know is that I made an archive before he deleted it. He lied, and he lied for one single purpose. He lied to get attention so this fucking loser could attempt in some way to be the pathetic e-celeb that his talentless, worthless boomer ass will never be. This asshole ends every single video of his with a copyright note to a company that he claimed would never track back to him. However, it immediately leads to his name when googled. So, a compulsive liar who lies his way through this platform for the sole purpose of sucking whatever attention he can get out of anyone. anything. So in this video, I'm going to give this little, talentless, lying hack the attention he so craves. All this started because I saw his real name, thanks to him, as I mentioned above. Obviously,
is short fat otaku still stupid? Yes, he's actually gotten more retarded over the years.
Putting it out there himself, and googled it. After that, I took what I found and sent it to people in private because I believed it to be relevant to their financial security. And through some way, Coach Redpill found out that I had googled his real name and basically squirmed like a little shit over the fact that I had googled him. You can tell by his demeanor and behavior that he is scared shitless. So what is it that I found about Boomerpill that he didn't want others to know? Well, I found a blog run by Stephen Keen telling a story that I'm going to tell you now. Meet Stephen Keen, an Australian professor.
Oh, real quick, you guys are saying that, Bar Rag, didn't he get felted by Pippa Pipkin? Yes, he did. Pipkin actually did tear that ass up. Hold on, we can watch that real quick. It's like literally 30 seconds. It's like half a minute long.
Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking weirdo. I see you in my chat, I'll fucking kill you. Get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking freak. You harassed my friend. I hope you die. I hope you get hit by a fucking bus. I hope you go to the doctor and you're like, doctor, I don't want to be short and fat anymore. And they say, oh, bad news. It's terminal.
So that's how that went. Alright, back to Coach.
For economics at the London School of Economics. Besides publishing on a regular basis, he likes to make videos talking about his theories in the field of economics. Stephen Keen was approached by Coach Redpill a few years back, who offered him a business deal. Coach Redpill would set up a web page with a paid subscription service. Keen will make content for that site, and Keen's followers will pay to view it. The income would be split between the two. This site ran for a couple of months until Stephen Keen asked Coach Redpill to shut it down. Coach Redpill, though, well, he did the Redpilled thing to do. He kept the site running and kept getting cash from Keen's followers despite Keen not uploading content. Keen started receiving angry emails from people subscribed to the site inquiring about how he was supposedly receiving money for nothing in return. As a result, Keen started writing emails to Coach Redpill asking him to shut down the site, which didn't happen. And over time, the emails Stephen Keen wrote to Coach Redpill became angrier and angrier and angrier as more and more people sent Coach Redpill money.
Let's read some of those, cause that shit got very vicious near the end. Let me see. Hold up. I went way too far. I'm stupid. Hold up. Let's see.
To shut down the site, which didn't happen. And over time, the emails Stephen Keen wrote to Coach Redpill became angry.
Okay. That was actually pretty fast. Hold on. Yeah. He said Stephen Keen, not Stephen King. Okay. Dear Gonzalo, as per our agreement, please retain $1 from my next payment as payment to you to repurchase the domain debunkingeconomics.com. Please also arrange for me to be given administrative rights over the blog. Okay, that was his first email. Okay, this is the 6th email I've sent asking you to live up to your agreement to end the yearly subs. I'll make this simple, Gonzalo. Shut down the yearly subs, or I'll shut the blog down. Fuck you, Gonzalo. You agreed 3 months ago to terminate yearly memberships. Do it and give me back ownership and admin control of debunkingeconomics.com, or I'll conduct our future correspondence on Twitter. I guess he didn't do that. I guess Twitter wasn't able to help him out.
Sent Coach Redpill money expecting Keen's work, but receiving nothing, and then angrily complaining to Keen. Keen was powerless to even shut that site down that was run under his real name and his reputation as an economist. He was reduced to opening a blog and warning people to not give money to that site. For comparison, imagine being a YouTuber and some person sets up a Patreon in your name and keeps getting money in your name while promising to post patron-only content in your name. Now, you may look at this and think, this could be fraud. Even worse, this might be identity theft. But trust the boomer coach. This is just red pilled. You need to take that fucking red pill and accept that there's absolutely nothing wrong going on here.
Kraut was really fucking mad when he made this. You could tell he was seething. He's been wanting to make this particular video for months, right? This was probably in the back of his mind from the beginning. Like, while he was in exile, he was just plotting, thinking about how he was going to get back at Coach specifically.
Eventually, Coach Red Pill did respond to.
I guess in the end, he won, right? I guess technically in the end, Kraut won because Coach is dead. You know, R.I.P.
Stephen Keen, demanding $7,500 for the site to be shut down, which Keen refused. Back to the comparison, imagine you're a YouTuber. Someone sets up a patron pretending to be you, takes money pretending to be you, while promising patron-only content by you while pretending to be you, and when you ask him to stop, he tells you that he will only stop if you give him $7,500. Now, you may say this sounds like blackmail, but you're wrong. You can do this kind of shit if you're just red-pilled, and there would be absolutely nothing wrong with it because it's red-pilled. Eventually, the site got shut down. However, I am not red-pilled enough, and after looking at this stuff, I figured that this guy may not be, very trustworthy. That what he allegedly did to Stephen Keen, he might do to others too. So I took that stuff and sent it to all the YouTubers I knew who were being contacted by this guy, advising them not to trust him or do any kind of business dealings with him. Now, there has been a lot of speculation.
Yes, Kraut actually should. Kraut 100% could be the dude who finally takes JF down. Like, he's better. Kraut's a better researcher than me, honestly. Better researcher, I don't know. Fuck it. I would fucking collab with Kraut and I would help, like, write the script or anything. If he did all the research, I would help him with that. I think Kraut could come back to the sector and just, like, finally get that long-awaited W against JF. This is the perfect time. Some autistic caveman-looking Austrian is just the detective we need to find out the truth of what happened to Mama JF and put JF behind bars for good.
To who I sent this information, who I shared it with, who knew, who #knew. So far, only one person has admitted to knowing.
Jim knew.
Yes, Jim. I know you knew, Jim. I know you are red-pilled on the...
Kraut was actually planning a Medicare video. He actually admitted this to PPP, and I think it was Godwinson. But no, he definitely admitted it to PPP that he was planning an anti-Jim video. He was going to be the guy who took down Medicare. I don't know, I guess he just got over it. Maybe it was... I guess it was around the time he rebuilt the bridge between him and Worski, and he was like cool with... Okay, so basically it was like this. It started off, Kraut was in exile. The skeptic community, at least is how it was known back in like 2016, 2017, whatever, was gone. It was basically dead. Everybody went their own paths. The dudes who survive these days, like Worski and Sargon and Shoe on Head and Kraut, they're all doing their own things, not like even related to the skeptic shit anymore. And right? So, what it was is that a lot of them hated each other. Kraut and Worski in general hated each other. They once got into a fight back when Worski was still cool with Geek Thulu. And basically what happened is that Kraut was cool with Godwinson and PPP for some reason. And then when PPP started becoming cool with Worski and they did the Kino Casino, Kraut, because they lost their old channel, Kraut let them use one of his burner channels basically to like post the Kino Casino episodes on. So that rebuilt the bridge between him and Worski in a way. It's very complicated. I really need to make a fucking skeptic community documentary or some shit, because this shit is very convoluted. Anyway, yeah, they're, in a way, Kraut already technically redeemed himself because he came back and he's a popular YouTuber. I mean, technically, really, yeah, he probably is, after Sargon, the most successful skeptic, because he's got like a history channel with over 500,000 subs and he gets 1 million views on every single video. But still, I would love to see Kraut come back and just slay JF. That'd be awesome. He's the dude who finally gets JF arrested and thrown in prison. Dude.
Coach Red Pill question. I had it sent to you through The Guardian, but besides that, I decided to not reveal the people with who I shared this with. But, as I announced during a live stream, I will reveal one person I shared it with. So who knew? Braving Ruin. I sent it to Braving Ruin through The Guardian, telling Guardian that I don't like the alt-right, but don't want to watch alt-right YouTubers potentially being scammed out of their money by an alleged fraud. And Braving Ruin reacted with gratitude. He said how much he didn't trust Coach Red Pill, that Coach Red Pill was running around asking people for their real names and identities, and that he always records every conversation he ever has with him. Then something weird happened. Braving Ruin turned around and claimed I was an evil doxer who had doxed Coach Red Pill. King of Paul posted the stuff I showed to Guardian on Kiwi Farms, even though I told him not to post it on Kiwi Farms.
See, that's an L. That's an L for you, Kraut, for fucking trusting trusting any information you don't want to leak is a bad idea. If you're gonna trust that with fucking King of Pole, you should have known better, Kraut. You of all people should have fucking known better to trust anything to Brian that you didn't want to have it posted anywhere. Like, look at him. Don't post this on Kiwi Farms. Don't share this with people. Fucking King of Pole isn't gonna listen to that shit, nigga. You should have known.
Basically, all this information that I wanted to show in private was made public, and if anyone had bothered browsing that Kiwi Farms thread, King of Paul was literally bragging and celebrating there about how I was getting blamed for what he was doing.
See, this is what you get. This is what you get. Never trust Brian Dunn with anything. Never. Fucking dude.
But back to Boomer Pill. With that cat out of the bag, I think we can show more about him. This is a guy who went on Russia Today on several occasions, repeatedly, always with the same stupid theory that the dollar is about to collapse for several years.
Man, I wonder why the Ukrainians didn't trust Coach. I wonder why they were suspicious that he was a spy for the Russians. I wonder why they were worried that he was maybe giving away military positions to the Russian military. I wonder why that could be.
To him, this person who you see here on these various appearances on Russia Today, this is apparently not him.
Well, there's a guy who has been on Russia Today, who he bears a remarkable similarity to me. He even talks like me, and he even says things like, you see, and stuff. But, you know, he's not Coach Red Pill.
Now, you might be saying, woo, those are very similar, though. It's almost like they are the same person. Well, shut the fuck up, you cuck. You're just not red-pilled enough. But you see, all this shit doesn't matter, because even though...
How did I become aware... Hold on. Mekudu. MikeynohMore, how did you become aware of the sector? I think it was, who was it? It was through a skeptic, actually. I don't forget who, I forgot which skeptic it was. It was, no, I think it was actually through Chris Raygun. I think it was like, I was watching like Chris Raygun, and yeah, it was like Chris Raygun was on a stream with fucking Sargon, and then through Sargon, I got into Medicare. And then through Medicare, I got into the, like, Ralph and the Sector and shit. So, yeah, it was like, it was Chris Raygun, believe it or not.
Public figure. There is a giant CRP put stepping stone that stands in the way of him being a public figure.
Do I have a Wikipedia page?
I think that, having a Wikipedia page would be like the demonstration that somebody is a public figure or is not a public figure. Do I have a Wikipedia page? No, I don't. Under my actual name or like as CRP.
You see, you can't be a public figure without a Wikipedia page about you. And Coach Redpill doesn't have a Wikipedia page. Oh my. What is this? This is a Spanish Wikipedia article on him written years ago. But that's not even the best part. The best part is that this is a leftover. Coach Redpill wrote his own Wikipedia articles in English and Spanish about himself. Then people turned...
That's so fucking lame. Writing your own wiki entry? That's the lamest shit you could possibly do. Like, it's less gay to write a full-on autobiography about yourself than creating your own Wikipedia article, bro. And in 2 separate languages. God. Coach had no shame, for real.
Turned up adding all the shit he did to Stephen King. Coach Redpill tried to edit it out of the Wikipedia article, and then the...
Did I misremember that? Coach didn't... Who made... Hold on.
Wikipedia article on him written years ago. But that's not even the best part. The best part is that this is a leftover. Coach Redpill wrote his own Wikipedia...
No, he did do it. Somebody else edited it. Okay, and they added all the shit he did when he was fucking scamming and grifting off Stephen King. Minnie Shekel, what's up, bro?
Wikipedia articles in English and Spanish about himself. Then people turned up adding all the shut down the article. Red Pill.
My bad. I had the audio down. Crazy. My introduction to the sector was a 3.5 hour long Digibro presentation about the split between Dick Masterson and Maddox. I actually know exactly what you're talking about. I also saw that. It's kind of funny. I wonder if Digi realized that by being a fan of Dick Masterson, he was going to end up getting cucked by Ethan Ralph and becoming trans and getting fucked by some dude who looks more female than him, even though they don't take hormones or anything. I wonder if he knew that was how if he could have ever guessed that's how his life would have ended.
To edit it out of the English Wikipedia article, and then the Wikipedia moderators decided to shut down the article. Apparently the only thing more red-pilled than writing your own Wikipedia article about yourself is pretending that it never existed. This is the guy who claimed he never associated that aspect of his life with...
Oh yeah, the butterfly effect is crazy, especially if you know a lot about Gamergate, Skeptic, and Sector lore. Like, it's crazy how many characters from like all these separate communities ended up coming together and they ended up ending the way they do. There are people, like current gen fans of people who are like into the Kino Casino now, who watch Sargon's White Lotus thing now, who watch Shoe on Head's newest content now, and they have no idea about any of this shit, about Gamergate, about all these fucking arcs and all this shit. They have no idea. It's so deep. Like, the vein goes so deep when you know about it.
YouTube or the alt-right, but happened to go on podcasts with Richard Spencer way back in 2010, was a casual friend with Richard Spencer over years, and appeared in...
Oh yeah, and the alt-right is also, like, the dissident right in general is also, like, a part of this era. All these... Nick Fuentes was actually once an orbiter of Ethan Ralph. At Ralph's peak, Nick Fuentes would have been considered an orbiter of him. Right now, Twitter is on... Hold on, let me show you guys. Let's take a little trip over to... Oh, this is that Kid Smooth. You know, I might send us out by watching Kid Smooth's newest music video where he talks about how he's done with Xbox and now he's a Sony pony now. Oh yeah, this happened. This trans YouTuber named Bo Black's real name Josh Christianacy, I never knew Bo Black's last name, says he's going to give out sex change hormones as candy to children this Halloween. Shouldn't he be arrested for this? And here is libs of TikToks literally adding the FBI to come pick Bo Blacks up. Oh, Josh. Oh, Josh. You shouldn't have flagged Big Bungie, and this never would have fucking happened. Let's see. Ethan Ralph. There he is. He follows me, by the way. Ralph follows me, and I follow him. We follow each other. But Ralph's been disappointing me because he wants Nick's attention. He wants to rejoin. Here's what happened, right? So basically, what was it? Damn, where is it? Okay, so basically Nick said that he's gonna give amnesty to everybody he ever talked shit about or he ever had beef with in the past, which is obviously a fucking lie, because Nick Fuentes never lets go of grudges, really. So Ethan Ralph is like, Ralph, Nicholas, you know what? I forgive you, brother. Please I mean, he's not saying this, but he's essentially saying this. He's essentially saying that he wants to get back in the good graces of AF, basically. Ralph wants to rejoin America First. He wants to get back on cozy.tv. He wants to be an orbiter for Nick again, right? Which is so, I don't know, man. That's very sad to me, bro. Like, Ralph, that was one of the few righteous things you ever did in, like, the past few years, was fucking leaving Nicholas in the dust and doxing all of his top groypers. That was actually one of the most base things Ralph ever did. And now he's over here trying to fucking get in Nick's good graces again. And a decade ago, Little Nicky was an orbiter to Ethan Ralph. He wanted so badly to get on the kill stream and have exposure to his audience and shit. And now look, bro is fucking, he's just begging for Nick's attention, bro. Oh man, it's so sad.
In videos about alt-right YouTube channels back in early 2017. Now you may say that definitely disproves the idea that Coach Red Pill separated those two identities, but you're just not red-pilled enough. But back to the drama bullshit. My family got threatened and I disappeared off YouTube. And then it was revealed that it was never ever even about his background in the...
Oh, I know Bungie is back. Hold up, actually. Shit. Well, it's whatever. We'll hold on. Let me show you guys Bungie's new channel real quick. It's actually his old channel that didn't get banned, but he didn't want to come back right away because he didn't want to tempt fate. Nega Bungie. This is what he's using to post now. Please, everyone, subscribe to Nega Bungie, please, if you can. All right, that's his old channel. All right. Back to the video, finally.
Alt-right YouTube channels back in early 2017. Now you may say that definitely disproves the idea that Coach Red Pill separated those two identities, but you're just not red-pilled enough. But back to the drama bullshit. My family got threatened and I disappeared off YouTube. And then it was revealed that it was never ever even about his background in the first place. It was all about Sargon. More importantly, the fact that Coach Red Pill could get more attention out of fucking with Sargon and getting Sargon's attention. However, he did so rather stupidly by being honest for once and telling him such things like, quote, "Honesty is just a tactic." Now, you may sit here and think, if you say honesty is just a tactic, why the fuck would I believe anything you say? That just shows you're a fundamentally dishonest person with nothing of value to say. Well, fuck you. You're just not red-pilled enough. Now, just you wait. Such an enlightened and big-brained individual sure must make some amazing content. Well-researched, highly thoughtful, and truly the source of many, many red pills.
You know, Lacey Green is kind of like an awful person. This YouTube drama, yeah, which I ordinarily do not cover. I mean, you know, my name is not scarce, it's not Keemstar. Lacey Green is...
Oh, so many names that give me a lot of nostalgia. Lacey Green and Scarce, just... The last thing I remember about Lacey Green is her getting dicked down by Chris Ray Gun, actually.
Is dating Chris Ray Gun. Fairly disgusting. It is inevitably messy. Sargon, Armored Skeptic, Shoe on Head, they all loved her. Masturbation, every guy does it. Some women who follow me and subscribe to my channel and who watch my videos have a truly complete mind, of a mind that can actually understand the world, is to hold competing ideas, contradictory ideas, simultaneously in your head.
This was once considered like the peak of red pill content on YouTube. The game advanced so much in the past few years. Coach actually wasn't as misogynistic as a lot of later red pillars would become. He was actually more of just a soft chauvinist when you think about it. Oh yeah, Armored Skeptic, in my opinion, is like the biggest loser of like the whole skeptic community. Like more so than basically anyone, right? Because not only is he a nobody on YouTube, he like super fumbled Shoe on Head, bro. Like that was crazy. That's what it fumbled his YouTube career, and he fumbled Shoe on Head, who's like 5-10 times bigger than him. Dude. All because he wanted to fuck a 19-year-old, I think. I don't know. I hope that young pussy was worth it. Being on coke is not an excuse. Andy Worski was on coke and he came back and became the most successful he's ever been, all right? If you crash out on coke and ruin your life and you can never like claw your way back, you're just a loser, all right? We're done. We're beyond. Maybe in the 70s when coke was way stronger and there were like, I don't know, easier ways to ruin your life, you could say, well, you know, one sniff is enough. But no, these days, you can come back from like 1 or 2 bad coke binges, bro. It's not impossible anymore.
I have 30 subscribers after, what is it, about a month of doing videos? 30 subscribers and 450 views.
Just a cum chugger, a goony bird, a fluffer, who comes up to bigger YouTubers and tries to leech off their numbers.
Wow, that's just, wow, fuck me. Do you hear that? That's, wow, that's the sound of enlightenment. That's the sound of a man enlightening you. What more?
Why is the Romanian flag theme in the background? Well, because Kraut is European. Specifically, he's Austrian. So when he thinks of poverty and grifters, the first thing he thinks of... Oh, wait, hold up. You said Romanian flag? Excuse me. I didn't mean Romanian flag, not Romanian theme. Why is the Romanian flag in the background? That was because that was the country that Coach was staying at, right? Coach was staying in Romania. He stays in all these poor European countries. He wants to stay in countries that are nicer than the average African or Southeast Asian impoverished country, but that are still poor enough that he can take his big American dollars and live Godzilla huge there. So he stays in countries like Romania, Serbia, Belarus, and of course, you know, Ukraine. He probably shouldn't. He probably should have spent the extra money and stayed in fucking Germany or Italy or fucking Switzerland or someplace. And he'd probably be alive right now.
Enlightenment does this man have to offer? You see, Coach Red Pill claims to have been red-pilled since 1991, even though he kept...
I love Romanians, just so you guys say, you know. I love them. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Tweeting George Soros and Gorka articles before he ever became Coach Red Pill. In that Twitter account of his, you can also find this amazing picture, which he claims his girlfriend took. Now, you might be saying, I can see him holding his camera in the reflection on the shades. That's just the hand with which he jerks off his little micro dick. Well, boy, you're just not red-pilled enough to have an emotionally connected sexual relationship with your limbs.
Masturbation, every guy does it. Every guy does it, and everybody starts doing it roughly around the same age. Around the age of...
Yeah, Josh also does the thing where he'll go to poor European countries to stay. But Josh will also fucking, like, you know, he went to the Philippines. Like, he'll go anywhere where he can stay at, like, a nice hotel and just be alone with his computer. He's not like Coach. Coach goes places for, like... He keeps the sex tourist part in mind, too, when he decides to go someplace.
12. In my own...
Or he did, right? Obviously, I gotta keep talking in past tense. I keep forgetting that this nigga is dead.
case, I started at the age of 12, and I have...
R.I.P. by the way.
Gone uninterrupted since.
How did Coach Red Pill get red-pilled? Well, according to his videos and Reddit threads, he was falsely accused of rape at Dartmouth College in 1991. And that shit really, really red-pilled him. Even worse is that his accuser supposedly had deleted emails that would have proven him innocent. But you might scratch your head at this point as you read this story. You might read through it and realize, wait a moment. You couldn't delete emails in 1991. That option was first made available by AOL in 1994. You might also read his story and realize that the legal process he describes didn't exist until 2011. Maybe he is lying. Maybe he had futuristic emails in 1991. Maybe he traveled 20 years into the future to be falsely accused of rape. Or maybe, just maybe, he might just be really, really, really red-pilled.
You know something that's funny? Hold on, what'd you just say? You said something like, Josh is back in Florida. Yeah, there was a thing when, this was early, back when Josh and Ralph stopped being friends and they started beefing with each other. Ralph dared Josh to come back to America because Ralph was really of the idea that Josh was like, he was like banned from the United States, like he was exiled. If he came here, he would be arrested, right? Which wasn't the case. Josh was staying abroad just because, like, that's what he likes to do. He's a vagrant. He's a hermit. This is what that's his lifestyle he lives. He kind of has to live that way because he can't get, like, a regular job. No tech company is ever going to hire this nigga, right? Too many people he's made... Well, he's not even necessarily made enemies of. They're just enemies of him, right? There's just too many. But also, it's kind of ironic that after that, Ralph actually is, like, compromised on how he can travel in between the Mexican and American border after he thought that it was Josh who was banished. You know, little poetic justice there.
Now, I didn't find any records of this boomer pill, Days of Future Past rape matter. In fact, when I looked at his LinkedIn, there is something else that is rather funny. Now, on LinkedIn, after you make a profile, you can connect it to the profiles of the institutions you worked at and at which you received your education at. Do you see what's weird here? This is what's wrong. That Dartmouth College account his profile is connected to. Because this here is the real official account of the Dartmouth College. The one he is connected to in his account is a sock account. Now you might say that this is pathetic, fucking laughable, making a sock account of a college to pretend you have a degree from it. But nah man, that shit is really...
That's actually a pretty high level of... That's some Indian scammer type shit, honestly. Well, I say Eddie. Obviously, everybody does it, right? Well, everybody of these types of breeds, the Savages do it, Africans do it, South Africans do it, Eastern Europeans actually do shit like this a lot. Coach himself, I'm pretty sure he was he was a white Hispanic. He's white. He's like Nick Fuentes, white Hispanic, right? But this is pretty high tier scamming, which is just faking your degree from certain institutions and shit.
Really red-pilled, and fucking hell is life easier when red-pilled. Fuck school, guys. Fuck stupid blue pill shit like books. Fuck lectures. Fuck exams. Get fucking red-pilled. That way you can ascribe to yourself any kind of education, whatever you wish to have, without actually having to learn anything for it. Back on YouTube after the drama, he tried to keep up appearances by making claims after claims about his greatness and grandeur, claiming to be the hottest shit out there.
I directed movies, and produced. Well, actually, I directed just a couple.
Coach isn't white? Well, look, he's white enough for countries like Romania. There's a reason he likes going to countries like that.
Movies, and I produced a lot more. Executive produced. Basically financed. Net. How many figures?
Net, probably low sevens.
Okay.
Brother, look at this screenshot here. Dude, okay, we got the quartering. We got Chris Ray Gun. We got Bearing. We got Black Pigeon Speaks. We got Aiden Paladin. And down there's Failure, there's Mundane Matt, there's Ralph, there's Zidane. Man, the whole gang's there. Man, everybody used to be on panels with each other back in the day. Today is kind of lame. I feel like modern E-celebs, I feel like back in the day, these E-celebs they were better at like standing on their own. But now everybody is like, you got like a few dudes who stand out, and then you got all these orbiters around them. Like you got Destiny, and then you got all his orbiters. You got Hassan, you got H3, you got Nick Fuentes, and then you got all their orbiters. Everybody, there was like, you had like Sargon orbiters, but nobody paid attention. Nobody ever bothered to think that guys like Louis, maybe you could argue for V, but at least V would like make content that people would watch occasionally. But yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like the standards for E-celebs have like dropped, personally.
At 35.
At 35. Okay, good. Low 7. That's net. Yeah?
Yes, I understand what net means.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's crazy how many of these guys are irrelevant or dead, too. Failure's dead. Coach is dead. Zidane is just missing in action. Black Pigeon Speaks is irrelevant. Quartering is increasingly irrelevant. Bearing, hold up. Let me see something. I just want to say. Oh shit! Hold up.
Shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah.
Hold up. Oh shit, this goes hard.
2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah.
Every time I try. Okay. Hey, these ain't bad. Okay. Alright, I see you, Barry. Alright, sitting on that $500 million channel. Alright, okay. Alright, Barry hasn't fallen off, I guess. Alright, cool.
Okay. I win. You got low 7s, I win by...
Yes, Failure is dead.
You should be able to put in a $499 super chat right now.
Because I'm an investor. I've been an investor since, I don't know, 97. I invest in different businesses. Okay, that's how I earn my living. Okay, I do other stuff for fun.
I can take an hour of V talking if it's about like video games or maybe like weeb anime shit. Once he starts talking about politics or culture war shit, I'm out.
The YouTube stuff, I'm doing it for fun.
And gave us some other gems such as
record of myself talking about things that were relevant to my son because I have a small son. He's 3 years old. And by the time he's a young man, I'll be either in a loony bin or dead, right? So I figured it would be smart to do videos where I talk about things that will be important to him when he's in his late 20s, early 30s.
Followed by,
how many children?
0.
What are you guys talking about? Failure is dead. He's RIP again. You know, what are you guys talking about?
0.
Okay, I've got 4 by 3 different women.
Okay, so you're a shitty dad. Congratulations.
No, I've been able to procreate in a way that you haven't.
You think having illegitimate children makes you smart?
No, it makes me successful in the Darwinian struggle for reproduction. That's what it makes me.
now you may say, if you actually...
Wow. Oh, shit. Let's hear that again. That was a rare moment of the quartering actually, like, I don't know, intellectually mogging somebody. Hold on.
You think having illegitimate children makes you...
No, I've been able... Okay, I've got 4 by 3 different women.
Okay, so you're a shitty dad. Congratulations.
No, I've been able to procreate in a way that you haven't.
You think having illegitimate children makes you smart?
No, it makes me successful in the Darwinian struggle for reproduction.
Imagine getting talked down to by the quartering. Dude, imagine Jeremy fucking looking down on you, bro. Imagine Jeremy intellectually mogging you and shit. You know, it's funny to think about it, but I mean, we'll get to it.
That's what it makes me.
Now you may say, if he actually cared about his kids, he would bother raising them, but that's just some blue-pilled cuck bullshit. Get fucking red-pilled and stop caring about your children. However, this is a pattern that is repeated throughout all his life. That company you find at the end of every video, it's a shell company. When you Google it, all you find is a notice by the London City Council that no business whatsoever seems to be done there. And therefore, if the owner doesn't soon prove to the city that business is actually being done there, the city will shut it down. This is something that he has been doing all his life. He lists blogs as businesses. He has life sheets in which he claims to have directed movies that are either so irrelevant nobody ever watched them, or that don't exist. He claims to be a video game developer who developed the game Soldier of Fortune. However, a book on video game development reveals he was hired as a story advisor, yes, a story advisor, to a game like this. And none of his advice, by the way, was taken. He claims to be a successful novelist, but his books on Amazon seem to be barely touched, and positive reviews are written by sock accounts. Another funny thing is how he claims to make his videos for his kids to watch in the future, but as shown before, he brags on streams about how he is a deadbeat who doesn't care for the children he puts into this.
See, this was the part that got me when I first watched this video. This part right here.
World. How fucking red-pilled. Now, you may look at all this and think that this is
the just being proud of being a deadbeat dad shit. Like, that really is just like, what? Like, that's some nigga shit. That's some shit that niggas brag about. Niggas bragging about their kids that they see maybe, I don't know, once every blue moon.
Fluffer, possibly even a fraud, someone who claims to have success where there is none, in hope of impressing people into giving him something. You might say that real success comes from actual work rather than lies. Well, in that case, you're just a fucking blue-pilled cuck. Better orbiter. Take the fucking red pill, cause real red-pilled men are deadbeats with zero credentials who have to lie on the internet for $1 or $2 and a little bit of attention. Now, by being a shithead to Sargon V, he kind of fucked himself. Put himself into a position where he had to suck up to whatever he could get, whatever stream he could jump onto. And he would, resulting in the funniest duo of all time when Coach Women Are Like Dogs Red Pill streamed with Christy I Wouldn't Even Obsess About You Winters, fucking even flirting with her for a little bit of attention. Now, you might say that removing your dick with a cheese crater is preferable to flirting with Winters, that I might prefer splitting my dick all over again than do anything like that. But you're wrong. Hitting on that obsessive, crazy stalker, that's just really fucking red-pilled. Remember my initial concern, the reason why I shared all this shit with people and told them not to trust the guy?
Kraut just shared some very great lore about himself.
Okay, that's just really fucking wrong. Prefer splitting my dick all over again than do any...
Okay, so this was something that got revealed during Kraut's Before Kraut had to take the walk of shame, I mean, he said he left because his family got doxxed and shit. But I don't doubt that that's part of the reason why. But also, it was, you got fucking embarrassed, bro. But yeah, Kraut's dick did get like split by an axe or some shit like that. Apparently, it still works. His dick somehow still works. That Austrian technology, right? And so that's just a fact that everyone knows about Kraut. He's this Austrian who looks like a caveman and has a split dick that still somehow works. Modern science is amazing. And Spermatank, if you're wondering why deadbeat dads have an effect on me, it's because I know one. And I know that nigga is a loser, and I've had to like deal with him and his shenanigans for a while. I am actually not the product of a single parent household. My dad's been part of my life forever. So, this is kind of why, if you ever wonder why I don't act like a lot of niggas, it's like, unlike a lot of niggas, I actually had a dad growing up.
Anything like that. But you're wrong. Hitting on that obsessive, crazy stalker. That's just really fucking red-pilled. Remember my initial concern, the reason why I shared all this shit with people and told them not to trust a guy? That I had the suspicion of him being a fraud and a scumbag who would take advantage of you.
Because I'm an investor. I've been an investor since, I don't know, 97. I invest in different businesses. Okay, that's how I earn my living. Okay, I do other stuff for fun. The YouTube stuff, I'm doing it for fun. Andy Worski, you might not like Andy Worski, but he's the future.
I'm not going to pull a fucking Jeff Holiday or all those other people who have melt.
What's funny is that technically he was right. It's just, this was not the future. This was not that future. It was another timeline after this one. This was like, Andy didn't realize that he was on the bad timeline. Everyone thought, okay, this is my peak. And it's like, no, Andy. No, Worski, you gotta go through some shit before you hit the actual peak, buddy.
Downs that last months and months.
Come now, join Coach in real greatness to be found in financial endeavors and invest in this pile of dog shit. And while you're at it, come invest in the Christian dollar. Invest in the Wings of Redemption Early Retirement Fund. The same investors also promote the absolutely red-pilled as fuck Worski nipple bonds. In the end, Coach Red Pill is the single most disgusting thing I have ever seen here on YouTube. The irony being that he proved me right. The reason I googled that name and that company he had in his videos is because of that first impression I got of him. Ever notice how he keeps wearing old clothes, how he constantly overstates himself, how he claims to be a grand genius yet spends his time spewing shit, how he claims to be this great businessman but films himself in an apartment in the shitty part of London, how he supposedly is a rich millionaire but lives in an eastern Ukrainian dumpster fire bordering a war zone, how he claims political convictions but betrays them at every corner, how he desperately tries to garner the attention of those more successful than him. I saw all this 8 months ago and my first thoughts were, this doesn't look legit, and he has been hating me ever since. Sorry boy, honesty isn't just a tactic, honesty is what one builds success on. Giving you that kind of lectures, they're like talking to the wind. You're a perpetual liar and a wannabe Machiavellian narcissist. And you're also the kind of guy who just does.
Is Matt Holiday still around? We can go check, actually. Real quick. Sorry, excuse me. I meant Jeff Holiday, not Matt Holiday. What the fuck? Jeff Holiday. Yes! Jeff is still around! And... okay, I see. Unlike Bering, unlike Sargon, unlike Count Dankula, he is not one of the skeptics who still managed to survive or whatever. Oh, well, he looks healthy, I guess. Oh, look, he's got as many people as I do watching his stream, so that's cool. Wait, what is he talking about?
We're at time code
Whoa!
606.
What the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck did we just come into? What is this? What?
He's got 60 seconds and then we're going to move on.
Government also wants you to be a responsible school child,
what is
which
this?
will make you a responsible university student, which will make you a responsible slave worker for all the corporations to make them more money. Our government and our
Hold on,
school system limit every aspect of our society.
Maybe it's just because it's a holiday stream. There's no way. There's no way this is how all these nigga streams are. Okay, let's go another way.
give a little bit of an update.
Okay, all right. So that was just it was just because of Halloween. All right. Well, he seems to be doing all right-ish, I guess.
Doesn't stop and is too dumb to realize that even he himself is nothing more than a pawn used in a game played by Braving Ruin, a guy who himself thinks that you're a shitbag. Now, here is, in my opinion, the worst thing about Coach Red Pill.
You know, like a crowd is like making moves to come back, and you know, he said didn't do nothing, blah blah blah. You know, tell crowd that he should be smart and move on with his life into something else, something new, something fresh. But you know, he's not going to pay attention to what I have to say. You know, and oh yeah, what's that all about? Now, the fact of the matter is that there are 3 women who can testify to his behavior insofar as sexual assault, and one of them is potentially kidnapping. That is serious shit. Sexual assault and 1 kidnapping. This shit is out in the public. He is going to get into trouble if he keeps annoying people. He should just move on. But look, I think that you should tell Kraut that, you know, there are a lot of people who would be happy to have him roasted some more out of their own amusement. Okay? Because I mean, you know how this neck of the woods works. There are a lot of people who enjoy torturing others just for the lulls, you know.
But, okay, let's kind of like make something very clear here.
Sure.
There's no concrete evidence out there that there was.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No concrete evidence.
Yes, this fuck.
Don't tell me you guys didn't hear any of that. Surely. Was the volume really that low? Oh. You guys aren't trolling me. You guys are not trolling me about the audio, are you? Because I trust you. I trust you guys when it comes to this audio shit. It's like the one thing. It's like the one thing I always just assume that the chat is being for real with. Okay. All right. Echo. All right. We got it. All right. So that's cool. We're going to wrap this video up then. Coach is really just. This is actually a pretty damning video, because that was some disgusting ass shit. Just in trying to push false accusations when you yourself claim to have been victim of false accusations in the past, right? That's some fucked up shit, dude. And this is like, Coach already was pretty much done before Crowd even came back and made this video about him. That was pretty much over with, because everyone knew he was a grifter. Even PPP back in the day. Actually, we can watch, before we dip out, we could watch a bit of PPP stream about Wilshire Boulevard, the book that never came out, that apparently Ricada has a copy of, but he just refuses to share for whatever fucking reason. We can look at that, right? We can hear you, but you got to turn it up. Oh, you just want me to turn it up in general. Okay, I got you. Hold on. Okay, how's that? Aren't we the biggest retards for watching them? Well, I guess, but... Alright. Alright, let's...
Fuckhead wanted to frame me for rape when he found out I might be making videos addressing all this from my side. He decided to try and keep me off YouTube by planning to frame me for rape. I want you to listen to this again.
There's no concrete evidence out there that there was.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No concrete evidence.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the accusations are not true. Yeah, the guy who claims to be the super red-pilled men's rights life coach doesn't care that a rape accusation is not true. In fact, he goes so far as to just make up rape accusations himself over YouTube. This recording was made by a friend of mine a short while ago who Coach Redpill contacted to pass this threat on to me. Yes, That's how dumb he is. If that doesn't show you how much of a shitbag this slimy little toad is, and that I was justified in warning people of him, I don't know what will. You claim to have been doxxed by me, yet you put your own information into your channel. You claim not to be scared of getting doxxed, yet scream like a little baby when people Google the companies and names you put out yourself. You claim to be a rich man, but you're basically a hobo. You claim to be a big brain intellect, but talk nothing but shit. You claim to be a successful investor, but you sell fucking coach coin. You claim to be educated, but pose with a college sock account. You claim to be a successful businessman, but your shell company is about to get shut down for lack of business. You claim to care for your kids, yet brag about being a deadbeat piece of shit. You claim to have kept your identity separate from the alt-right, but you have been friends with Richard Spencer since 2010. You claim to be falsely accused of rape, but falsely accuse others of rape. You are a piece of shit. I should have made all this shit I found on you public 8 months ago, rather than sharing it in private and getting bogged down in endless conversations with other YouTubers on if it is ethical to expose you or not, since I was conflicted on if I should, because fuck yeah, would it have been the ethical thing to do, to expose such a vile and repulsive piece of shit like you. I had no idea that this is the kind of filth one would find within the alt-right. A man who is nothing, was nothing, will never be anything, a worthless existence, a waste of oxygen, an unsuccessful parasite whose sole drive is to feed off others by all means, a creature so deranged that it prides itself in being dishonest, a creature that can fuck off. Consider yourself red-pilled!
One of the greatest. Oh, jeez. One of the greatest takedown videos in sector history. In sector history, in skeptic history. It just, like, crossed all those communities, right? He also did one in Braving Ruin, but Braving Ruin is still alive, so, you know, we watched that. Let's see. How would you guys, before we, you know, would you guys be cool with watching this Gamer from Mars documentary about Coach? I've literally never watched it. I've literally never watched this video before because, I don't know, there's really nothing that none of these in... What the fuck is going on with your audio? Is there an echo again? What the fuck? Hold on, let me see. Okay. Now, see, now this is getting to the point. It's getting to the point where just sounds petty, honestly. Sure. Nah, Gamer from Mars. It's only 20 minutes, sure. Okay. The reason why I've never watched it before is because there's really nothing that... Gamer from Mars is a normie. You know, he's a normie documentarian. He just talks about any E-celeb. He just made that video about Coach Red Pill because Coach had died and he was kind of popular at some point in the past. And there's really nothing that a normie like Gamer from Mars could tell me about Coach Red Pill that I didn't already know, right? I'm somebody who fucking I watch archived Godwinson streams, right? I'm watching like old IBS streams from fucking E-celeb nobody fucking knows about. I know who Zoom is, right? There's nothing that he could tell me about Coach Red Pill that I already know because I'm too plugged in. But fuck it. Let's see. It's interesting. I'm interested in what the normie perspective about Gonzo Lear. Also, he talks about how Coach died in Ukraine, which Coach, you know, Kraut didn't cover because he made this before Coach died in Ukraine. So let's see.
In the past few days, I've seen a lot of political pundits bringing up the death of YouTuber Gonzalo Lira, otherwise known by his internet handle, Coach Red Pill.
But on social media, there were a few people reporting, in what seemed like a pretty honest way, from within Ukraine. And one of them...
That was so surreal. It was so surreal seeing, like, actual celebrities, seeing actual news people talk about this niche internet guy that I've known about for years. Suddenly he's like a big deal because he died and it looked like this was going to cause like an international incident between Ukrainian and American relations that were going to affect the war, and it was all over fucking Coach Red Pill, who was on like the Four Horsemen podcast with PPP and Godwinson and Josh Moon, right? Like the dude who Tucker Carlson is talking about right here. He was on the, hold on, let me pull it up. Four Horsemen, PPP, Godwinson, right? See, right here. The Four Horsemen Part 2. No. This is different. The original Four Horsemen. This is Part 2. When Kraut. See, this is the era. When Kraut started becoming cool with sector people again. And he started, like, building the bridge. What it was is that PPP and Godwinson were, like, they were on Ralph's ass during the COVID era. Throughout, like, late 2019 to early 2021... Adam and Ashton, they were on Ralph, and they would take anyone. They were trying to talk to everybody, like, hey, do you have anything about Ralph? Hey, come on, man, you used to be cool with Ralph, come over here, let's do a stream together, let's fucking share, let's do some fucking ops against Ralph and shit. Right? So this is how they ended up becoming cool with Kraut, and there's actually a stream. Now, I'm not going to pull it up. There's no fucking way that I would be allowed to show this stream. But they did the stream where they went over Faith's sex tape with Ralph together with Kraut. And this is the stream that they watched. PPP and Godwinson were like getting all into the details of every porifice and everything. Kraut literally ended up vomiting on the floor. It was so fucking disgusting for him, right? So, yeah. Ooh.
Coach Red Pill.
But on social media, there were a few people reporting in what seemed like a pretty honest way from within Ukraine. And one of them was an American citizen.
It could have. It was pretty close, right? It actually, Coach's death actually did look like it was going to blow up into a bigger international incident. And it honestly, if Trump was president during the Ukraine war, if Trump was president when Gonzalo died, it might have actually gotten to that level. Because remember, Trump, it was only up until like very recently that Trump got cool. He got cooler with Ukraine, cooler with Zelensky, and he was more cold towards Putin, right? This is a very recent geopolitical development. If Trump was president when Putin invaded Ukraine, he might have actually saw Gonzalo's death as an excuse to like stop giving support to Ukraine. And that might have, I don't know, that might have happened. Like there are times when I'm just thinking, right? There are times when I'm thinking, what happens? Because you guys know what happened. I think it was it Malaysia? It was some Southeast Asian country, Laos or something like that. There was this big fucking revolution against the communist government. They burned the government. They basically burned what we would call the Capitol building. They were chasing away politicians and shit. And some random Australian tourist just ended up documenting the whole thing because he was in the area. And sometimes I wonder, what happens if some shit pops off between the local government and the cartel in Mexico, and then Ralph just ends up accidentally documenting some historical shit and he ends up in history books by complete accident because somehow sector people and Gamergate people and skeptic people keep showing up in places where they shouldn't. It's really weird how important guys like Milo and Nick Fuentes and Sargon and Laura Loomer and all these niggas ended up becoming. How the fuck did Laura Loomer go from getting called a bitch by Mike Enoch and Andy Worski and Medicare on stream to being like in the inner circle of the president of the United States flying on his jet? Like, how did that happen? But that's the world we live in. Internet weirdos run shit now, apparently.
Gonzalo Lira.
Well, yes, it is true that his death at the hands of the Ukrainian government is a good angle to take for those against funding their war effort. I find it funny that almost everyone talking about this story doesn't bring up the actual insanity of who this YouTuber was, and why he was in a foreign war zone to begin with. So today I figured I'd tell you a bit about the life and death of this internet oddity. To start this story out, Gonzalo was born on February 29th in 1968 in Burbank, California. He grew up in several different countries, including Ecuador and Chile. He graduated college in 1985 and taught English in South America until 1991, before receiving a bachelor's in history and philosophy in 1995. It was after this that Gonzalo moved back to LA to pursue work as a writer and producer. He found some...
So as we know from Kraut's documentary about Coach, those bachelor degrees may not actually be legitimate. That might actually be shit that Coach literally made up. It's a good thing we watched. It's a good thing we watched Kraut's documentary before we got to this shit, right? Because I feel like this guy, again, this is only 20 minutes. I feel like he's going to miss a lot because there's no way to know. There's so much shit that only somebody like Kraut, who was as plugged into that like sector of the internet, would know about Coach, that a normie internet documentarian, it would be impossible for them to know. Like, the only reason why I was able to make my Nick Fuentes documentary as in-depth as it was because I know a lot of shit about the dissident right. I know a lot of shit about the sector. I know a lot of shit about the parts of the internet that Nick was like always surrounded in. So I knew shit. I knew about like his connections to Ralph, and I knew about his connections to Ollie Alexander. All this shit that never gets brought up whenever people talk about Nick, right? The stuff that people always just conveniently forget to go over when they talk about him. And they just say, oh, he was racist and all this. Who gives a fuck? Him being racist, Nick being racist is by far the least egregious things about that little Chicano ass nigga.
Success received...
He's not even really racist for real.
Receiving a $1 million advance for his first commercial thriller. It was critically...
Like, Nick literally worships a black man. Like, a black man, a black schizophrenic man, a mentally ill person of color is Nick's idol. Nick has 3 idols. It's Kanye West, it's Stalin, and it's Hitler, right? Which tells you all you need to know about him.
Panned, though his second had its film rights sold to Miramax. However, his career path changed entirely in 2010, after starting his blog. For the next 3 years, he published his thoughts on subjects like economics, even getting reposted by Business Insider. It was his first major step into the online space, but this paled in comparison to the attention he would soon receive on YouTube, where he discussed dating and relationship advice under the name of Coach Red Pill. Needless to say, his teachings were quite controversial.
Women are like dogs. They are exactly like dogs. And never forget that. You have to treat them like you would treat a dog.
I love that is the most famous, that's the most famous Coach moment ever. It's the women are like dogs, and the Sargon is no, it wasn't Sargon. Wait, hold on. Who was it again? Who the fuck was he talking about in that? Hold on, let's. Damn, who was he talking about? Who was Coach talking about when he was saying the Andy Worski? How the fuck did I forget it was about Worski? It was 4 things. Okay. All right. Yeah, but that's really just more. That's more of a thing that us cretins who actually know about these characters and whatnot, that's what we know. For the average person, for normies, the most famous Coach moment is the women are like dogs thing. That shit actually like broke content. That was actually like a semi-viral moment.
Firmly, every woman I've ever been with responds extraordinarily well to a almost violent physical encounter.
He published over 500 videos to CRP, gaining over 300,000 subscribers. He became quite a notable figure in the manosphere, appearing on a variety of different podcasts and internet blood sports panels.
You don't see that in Eastern Europe. Oh no. I mean, a lot of these girls, yeah, they're fucking virgins. Yeah, they're virgins until they get married, and they're very adamant about it.
I don't know about that one, Coach. I feel like they're very adamant about it, but being very adamant about something and actually being something are two very different things.
Because they know the value of their sexuality.
While controversial, he gained a decent amount of money from this content. But that all changed on November 15th, 2021, when every video on his channel disappeared. They were instead replaced with a final message for his fans. He explained that the West was on the brink of war with China and would fall into totalitarianism. This led him to relocate to Kharkiv.
It's crazy. It's crazy how much Kiwi Farms just carries. It's crazy how much Kiwi Farms carries the documentarian space on YouTube, and they don't get enough credit for it. Kiwi Farms gets this like fucking reputation as this evil satanic ass website. 80% of the best documentaries on this website are carried by just Kiwi Farms screenshots and archived videos and shit. Turkey Tom built his whole empire off of just like taking Kiwi Farms posts. And I'm not putting the nigga down, because I do that. I did that shit a lot. But I'm just saying. I mean, you know, Josh Boone probably should get like fucking royalties and shit from a lot of us YouTube documentarians. I ain't giving him a cent though, to be fair with you.
And would fall into totalitarianism. This led him to relocate to Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine. He urged his viewers to follow in his footsteps, stating that they wouldn't get another warning. This plan, as it turns out, had been in the making for quite some time. In the months prior, he scouted out the location with plans of forming an enclave. I could buy a big house in downtown Kharkiv, they're cheap, and let Western dissidents use it as a landing zone or meeting house.
Why specifically? Why is it always a fucking enclave with these niggas? Like, they can't just go down there and just live cheaply, maybe get some fucking Eastern Ukrainian, maybe some Slavic pussy on the side. They always gotta be I gotta build a cult. I gotta build an enclave. I gotta build a compound. Nigga, just go there and take advantage of the fact that the American dollar is worth way more than the local currency and live like a king and then go back home. Stop doing this shit. Yeah, that's what Josh does.
Dissidents could stay for 30 days for free at this house, but you'd be expected to help in the upkeep or improvement of the landing zone. The end goal was to encourage his
I'll donate to Josh later, I will.
Post, he outlined the rules for this proposed compound. Every resident was expected to contribute 2 hours of labor 6 days a week. No drugs, alcohol, or gambling was allowed. Any theft or physical violence inside the house would result in the instant eviction or a call to police, though this could be circumvented with a street fight. It was a place of free speech, unless you insulted Gonzalo himself, which led to an instant eviction with no exceptions. Finally, the landing zone was to be exclusively male. No females could stay or even enter beyond the foyer area of the house. If all this wasn't strange enough, things took an even more bizarre turn once Gonzalo announced Project Mayhem. It was named after the organization from Fight Club, which had left a deep impression on him.
I think it was in 1999 that the movie Fight Club came out, and it hit me like a train. And I went to see it on the first day.
Of course, he fucking bases his ideology, literally just bases his worldview on fucking Fight Club, dude. That's crazy. Fight Club is one of those pieces of media that ended up ruining a lot of men because they don't I don't know, they just see the dudes in it and they're like, I gotta emulate this guy. I gotta be just like this guy. It's like Sopranos. It's Sopranos, it's Fight Club. What's another piece of media where it's like people took the wrong lessons from it and so they think they're exactly like the protagonist? I mean, Tyler Durden isn't really the protagonist of Fight Club, but you guys get what I'm saying, right? Like, so many people watched Fight Club and they took the wrong type of message from it and they try and sculpt their whole world around it. Yeah, American Psycho, perfect, right? And I guess Joker. Yeah, Joker's a modern example of it. Just, I feel like Taxi Driver, there are certain pieces of media that men shouldn't be allowed to watch until they've already, like, defined some foundation of themselves, right? You shouldn't be able to watch certain things when you're still an impressionable teenager, or even if you're just a grown man who's in a certain spot where, like, you got this vacuum that needs to be filled. Because then they're going to watch it. Then they're going to watch Fight Club. They're going to watch The Sopranos. They're going to watch Joker or Taxi Driver or what's another one? Blade Runner or something. And then they're going to be like, hey, this guy is totally me. I need to base my entire life around emulating this guy, which is not what the creators of these properties want you to do. And who would advise you to not do that?
And I loved it. I liked it enough that I saw it another time that week. And during the course of its theatrical run, I must have seen it at least 4 times. It had a huge impact on me the first half. The second half.
Oh yeah, what was it? Joker 2. Joker 2 is like an example of people watch Joker and they did what I said, right? They're just people, they took it and they're like, Joker is literally me. And they ended up, like, I don't know, forming their worldview around it. And the director didn't like that. So Joker 2 was basically his way of telling everybody who liked Joker 1, go fuck yourselves, you're retarded incels and shit, which was a bit much to let Joker get raped just because the incels liked your movie in a way you didn't like. Yeah, it was a bit much, you know.
Half got stupid.
On December 11th, 2021, Gonzalo posted the following message to his Telegram. This is mayhem, and this is your first homework assignment. Toothpicks. Cheap, small, harmless, effective. Clog the enemies up with toothpicks. He instructed his viewers to jam the locks of any and all buildings their enemies depended on. That included federal buildings, the homes of politicians, and any business that denied services to the unvaxxed. The act was to be recorded on camera so he could grade them. Some followed in his footsteps with clips surfacing of individuals doing what they were told.
Why would you do this in a corrupt, developing country that doesn't have as many issues with, you know, extrajudicial punishments as the United States? That just seems like a really, really bad idea. It kind of seems like, I don't know, it kind of seems like even without the war, Coach didn't look like he was going to have a very good ending in Ukraine.
The absurdity of this ordeal finally caught the attention of the internet gossip forum Kiwi Farms, who put him on the front page. They noted he was doing so while living in a war zone in eastern Ukraine. It spurred debates, as at the time Kharkiv appeared quite far from the war zone. However, Russia was mobilizing troops along the border, which meant if Russia launched a third invasion, he would be directly in conflict. Gonzalo continued undeterred, streaming frequently in the coming months. He disputed any notion of Russia buildup, going so far as to call it propaganda. I am in Kharkiv, Ukraine, 40 kilometers from Russian border, living here with my 2 small children, so I have a strong incentive to know what's going on. No war is coming. It is a complete fabrication. I think the Americans are planning a false flag operation that they think will make it seem that Russia are the aggressors. Project Mayhem appeared to be in
Coach Red Pill. Coach Red Pill is one of those dudes. He's one of those. Everybody assumes whenever they see a pro-Russian comment on Twitter or on 4chan or anywhere, they always assume it's either a bot or it's like some Russian disinformation agent. No. There are people who don't get a single cent from the Russian government and who still shill for Russia for free. Coach was one of those people. He believed all of it. He believed that Russia was this trad Western country, the only trad-based Western country left in the West, and they were trying to save Western civilization. He bought all the propaganda, front line and center, when truth is, Russia is not the most trad-based Christian country in the West. Russia is actually has the biggest Muslim population of any non-Muslim majority country in Europe. So, you know, that's disregarding countries like Albania that are just Muslim majority, right? It's has super big Muslim population, even bigger than France or the UK, like way bigger. Biggest AIDS rate of, I think, any country outside of South America or Africa, right? Like way bigger than any other country in Europe. They are, especially under Putin, they have routinely invaded white majority countries and killed hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands to what's probably hundreds of thousands now, you know, in Ukraine at this point. Just tons of white people. Like, Russia has killed more, is responsible for the deaths of more Europeans than anybody since, like, the World Wars, right? Maybe the Balkan Wars. Maybe the Balkan Wars were probably more bloody and had more Europeans die. But it's like, Russia is not this fucking bastion of trad values and Christendom. It's a very heavily Muslimized, very A's-ridden, very tyrannical country that continually invades white people's countries and kills the white people in them. Right? So it's ridiculous. But people like Coach will swear up and down that no, Russia is the one who's saving the West. I don't know where they get these ideas from, but they do.
Full swing until February 24th, 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine in the largest attack on a European country since World War II. Kharkiv was presently under attack. By chance, Gonzalo was not in Kharkiv at the time, visiting a friend in Kiev.
I am in Kiev, in Krashatik, once again. I went to visit some friends, and I'm walking back to my hotel, and I can tell you that it feels very much like the eye of the hurricane. It's just very, very peaceful, as you can see. I don't know if you can see the traffic, but it's just very ordinary.
He was only supposed to be there for a day, arriving by plane. The invasion led to all flights to be cancelled and every train to be booked. The only way out would have been in cars or buses, which was infeasible due to the colossal traffic jam. This meant he was trapped in Kyiv while his wife and 2 children remained in Kharkiv. The next day, air raid sirens would be heard blasting outside his hotel.
Hold on, let me hear that again.
This meant he was trapped in Kyiv while his wife and 2 children remained in Kharkiv.
See, hold on. There is no, like, I'm pretty sure, like, he was already kind of, like, separated. Because, again, this is the thing. He doesn't know that Coach Red Pill has been, like, a serial deadbeat. He didn't take care of his son. He says some shit about fucking, I make these videos so my son will see them and this will be my legacy that I leave behind. Not an actual will. Not even like money. Like, Coach Red Pill didn't leave any of his kids shit, right? He's the worst. Coach Red Pill was legitimately a way worse father than Ralph. It's amazing how many dudes that Ralph ended up being like a better dad than. He's a better dad than Coach Red Pill. He's a better dad than Ricada. I don't know. We'll see. He might end up being a better dad than Dick Masterson if Dick lets his gives access to his kid to Vito or some shit. We'll see.
Next day, air raid sirens would be heard blasting outside his hotel.
You guys hear that? Yeah, there are air raid sirens.
In light of this, one would think the best course of action
We're talking about Coach Red Pill right now.
Would be to prioritize your own safety. But this was not the case. Instead, 3 days later, Gonzalo began criticizing Ukraine and calling its leadership evil.
What really
What a fucking retard. This is something that always got me whenever I saw people coming to Coach's defense, trying to say that Coach was a good boy, didn't do nothing. You're in this fucking developing country, which, you know, I don't hate Ukraine. Look, you according to the statistics, Ukraine is a pretty corrupt country, at least by the standards of a lot of Western, fully developed European countries like the Netherlands and the UK and France and Belgium and all of them. So you're in this country, right? And this country is currently being invaded by people, by a country that you shill and you openly simp for all the time. And you start criticizing the leadership of this country and saying that it's Ukraine's fault. Nigga, are you retarded? Even if you do believe that, like wholeheartedly, you believe that, surely you have to understand that's a bad idea.
The Zelensky regime has no trouble causing a humanitarian crisis. In fact, they welcome a humanitarian crisis. They would love to see dead Ukrainians. And I know this for a fact.
He even uploaded a video insulting journalists to their faces.
All the System Pig journalists are here. See? All these people, they're all System Pig journalists.
This only continued in the coming days as he streamed.
Like, maybe he didn't think they spoke English. That's the only reason I could think, is that he just thought that, you know, these dumb Ukrainians, or I don't know, it seems like they were multinational, but maybe just thought these dumb Ukrainian pigs, they just can't speak English, they don't understand my big, proud American words, they don't get it. That's the only excuse I would take. Everything's, I don't know, it's almost like he's going out of his way to get the Ukrainians to kill him. It's just... who's the better father between RTU and Ralph? It's still RTU, but it was just more because there's a border between Ralph and his children, and he only sees one, and he can only see that one for as little as he can because he has to have visitation rights and shit. Basically, there are less barriers preventing RTU from being a father, so he kind of wins by default. But, you know, Ralph never blinded any of his children. So, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe he'll rise to the occasion and he'll be like an actual good and active father when Xander's like 10 or something. We'll see.
And guested on shows to voice his support for Russia. Many of his talking points came directly from Kremlin media, with even the host calling his views optimistic. This was enough to catch the attention of Russia Today, a state-controlled television network funded by the Russian government. His commentary was used by RT to bash Ukraine in the West. The report spread onto Twitter where people immediately...
Yeah, that is the problem, right? The problem is that Coach bought the propaganda from Russia like full-throatedly. He was like, he really did believe all those Russian military propaganda videos when it was like, we'll take it, we'll take the capital of Poland in 2 days, and then we'll be in the Netherlands in another 4 days, and then we'll be through France all the way to Italy in another week, and then we'll circle around, take Spain, take Portugal, then take all of the Brit. He actually believed that shit. So it's like, of course they can take fucking Ukraine over a weekend. It'll be nothing. And he was wrong. He was wrong.
Began scrutinizing him. His confidence was attributed to the fact that he had a Chilean passport. CRP thinks he's bulletproof because he's got his Chilean passport on him, and Chile and Russia have what he thinks are strong diplomatic ties. Gonzalo was ultimately removed from the hotel by management, but allowed to leave for Kharkiv by train. Even still, he reiterated his previous sentiments, claiming it was all a distraction of war by the West. He did, however, issue a statement on the use of his analysis for Russian propaganda. Gonzalo revealed he suffered personal mistreatment in Kyiv as a result of the broadcast, as well as death threats. He clarified he was not—
Isn't it Kiev? Have I been pronouncing it wrong? I'm pretty sure it's Kiev, or am I wrong there?
A paid agent, and was only concerned with presenting the truth. The next day he doubled down, disabling comments due to the sheer number of threats. Not helping the matter was his video being shared by Ramzan Kadyrov, leader of the Chechen Republic and a colonel general in the Russian military. By this point, his life appeared—
Oh yeah, Coach was sucking that one Chechen general's dick, dude. He was like actually talking about, man, those Chechens, they know how to fuck, man. Imagine them fucking your woman. He actually said something like that. It was really weird and homoerotic and shit. And yeah. Everybody, see, the thing is, everybody still, up until recently, everybody thought that Russia was still somewhat close to its Cold War self, where it really could take on a significant chunk of Europe solo by itself with no help. We all now know that was never the case. Could Russia go toe-to-toe with like a single country like Poland or whatever, or maybe go against the Scandinavian countries by itself? You know, maybe, probably. Can it take on all of like European NATO? No. France and Poland, they both joined the war, would fucking beat Russia's ass. Russia is not like that. Russia is not built like that. It's like how everyone thought prior to the Iraq war that America was going to have a really hard time in Iraq. No, it was against Iraq. Everybody was going to have a really hard time against Iraq, and then the Gulf War, and we just fucking, we dog walked those niggas. It was fucking worst ass beating, basically, of like the late Cold War era. It basically concluded the Cold War when you think about it, because the ass beating was so severe, and the Soviets, who were already fucking broken poor at that point, were like, man, we can't beat these niggas. Oh, we can't beat these dudes. We couldn't even fucking beat the Afghanis. To be fair, America couldn't beat the Vietnamese, but that's the story for another time.
Appeared to be in constant danger, but Gonzalo only became more inflammatory for seemingly no reason. That made it extremely concerning when on April 16th he uncharacteristically went silent. That included no showing a podcast he was scheduled to appear on. The host revealed he lost contact with Gonzalo, formally announcing he'd gone missing. Then hours later, an unconfirmed report emerged. Breaking news: Gonzalo Lira was killed by Ukrainian SBU after an investigation of Russian spies. Ukrainian authorities confirm 1830 local time. Despite its dubious authenticity, many took it as fact and reacted as they would to his passing. It was amended the next day by—
Oh, dude. Oh, man. Oh, it never stops being funny. Ever.
He took it as fact and reacted as they would to his passing. It was amended the next day by Sarah Ashton Cirillo, a spokesperson for the Ukraine's Territorial Defense Forces. This was corroborated by Gonzalo himself 4 days later, emerging alive and well. The YouTuber confirmed he was picked up by the SBU and had his technology confiscated. While he couldn't say much publicly, he was forbidden to leave Kharkiv. After all of this, you may think his instigation in the active war zone may have slowed down, but it did not, as within weeks he was challenging Keemstar to a debate on the subject of Ukraine. That August, he was called out by YouTuber Jake Bro for—
God, I wish that would have... Dude, imagine... I love it, because I love it whenever Keemstar gets an excuse to just cameo in something. Like, I love it. Like, when I was making my Nick Fuentes video, and I remember, I forgot that Keemstar had that little moment where he was calling Nick a bitch during Nick's debate with Medicare. I forgot that happened. I'm like, so, you know, I love it. I love it whenever, like, it's just, he's just there. He's just like, where's Waldo? Where's Keemstar? Where's the gnome? Where's he gonna pop up in this time?
For trying to pressure him into appearing on his channel.
Look, one of two things are going to happen, Jake. Either you're on my roundtable defending your position, or I'm making a video of why you're not going to be on my roundtable. Your choice.
Even pro-Russia accounts grew tired of him as they dug up his old red pill-centric past. When he appeared on a large pro-Russia YouTube channel, the replies similarly rejected his character. The image was wearing thin, as he became known as the dating coach who taught men how to sleep with Eastern European women. He was finally able to secure a debate in January of 2023 with streamers Destiny and Laserpig. Laserpig was a vocal critic of Gonzalo, criticizing his Ukrainian roundtables. Laser later claimed to know the actual reason he was
trying really hard. He was trying really hard to grift off of the attention he was getting. I wonder if that was like his whole long game. He was like gambling, right? Because he was irrelevant. He was nobody. He was trying to start his own little Fight Club inspired cult in this Eastern European developing country. And he was like, man, I wanna make it back to the top, because nobody gave a fuck about his content. But then he's like, what if, right? He saw the invasion. He saw the invasion of Ukraine, and he's like, this is my opportunity to make it. This is my opportunity to make a comeback. This is my opportunity to become that guy again, right? I can use this. I can get on with Keemstar. I can get on with Destiny. I can go viral again. It'll be like it's fucking 2016, 2017, 2018 all over again. And that gamble did not work out how he hoped it would.
The SBU, alleging he was a spy, had self-deported and was no longer in Ukraine.
It's not... No, he's self-deported.
Oh, he ran!
No, he asked to be deported because when he was arrested, okay,
right.
what he was doing, he was arrested because of, he was potentially a spy. He thought he was a spy because what he was doing, he was just running around Kharkiv, taking pictures of Ukrainian positions and Ukrainian troops and everything.
Right.
And it turns out he was being paid to take pictures of the Ukrainian artillery positions and mortar positions.
This was disproven when on May 1st, Gonzalo Lira was detained in Kharkiv, with footage of the raid surfacing days later. The official video is strangely edited like a viral short, with shots displaying his dirty bathroom and toilet. He'd stayed in Ukraine after all, likely due to the same order following his initial absence. Gonzalo was accused of violating Article 463-2. They referenced his denial of the Bucha massacre and a video of him insulting Ukrainian soldiers. He was formally charged on June 29th and released on bail July 6th. Now on house arrest, Gonzalo finally realized it was in his best interest to flee. On August 1st, the day before his next hearing, he posted the following. Right now I'm trying to get out of Ukraine and seek political asylum in Hungary. Either I'll cross the border and make it to safety, or I'll be disappeared by the Kyiv regime. This is what happened to me over the past 3 months. I was imprisoned because of my videos, no doubt. The videos are why the SBU arrested me, but as they investigated me, they realized that I'm not poor. So once they had me in prison for my videos...
I feel like that was very important. That was very important for him to let these fucking dumb, dirty, fucking backwards third world ass Ukrainians know, yeah, I'm not poor, nigga. I got money. I'm still a big man. You know who you're talking about? My fucking American dollar. I could buy a whole village in this fucking shit. That made him feel a certain type of way. The Ukrainians knowing he has some type of money, because obviously he didn't have that much money. If he had that much money, he wouldn't be in Ukraine at least he wouldn't be there for a long time. He would have just visited and then he would have fucking got the fuck out of town like he fucking wanted to. See, if he actually had money, he'd probably be in Russia. He probably would have, like, gotten, like, some fucking house or a hotel in some fucking nice place in St. Petersburg or something like that. But he didn't, because he's a broke nigger.
The SBU took the opportunity to extort money from me, using the guards as accomplices, who in turn used the prisoners as muscle. How I discovered this is too complicated in a Twitter thread, but I'm writing a book about it. In total, he claimed to have been extorted.
Oh, really? Really? You were writing the book, Coach, were you? You were writing the book again, just like you wrote both. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Just like you wrote the book that you never released anyway. Just like you released that book. Wait, hold on. Doesn't Godwinson also have that book? I said Ricada. Doesn't Godwinson also have a copy of the book, but he never released it? Does the book really not exist?
$100,000 by the SBU. This time it looks the same is happening. They're telling me not to leave, but leaving the door open, or so I hope. Or maybe I'm being set up by them so they can justify putting me away in a labor camp so no one will ever know about their sordid extortion scheme. I simply don't know, so I decided to die trying. I rode my motorcycle across Ukraine, 1,400 kilometers in 2 days. The escape was ultimately unsuccessful, with Gonzalo unfortunately stopped on the Ukrainian side of the border. This was confirmed by court documents filed 3 days later. He appeared in front of the court on August 4th, where it was decided to re-detain him. He was transported back to Kharkiv, where he awaited trial. It was around this time that his story caught the attention of Tucker Carlson, who had recently been fired from Fox News. That June, the anchor released his first official Tucker segment on Twitter, with a portion criticizing Ukraine. He followed this up weeks later with a reference to Coach Red Pill.
Just last month, Zelensky threw a man called Gonzalo Lira into prison indefinitely for the crime of daring to write about the Ukrainian government in unflattering ways. Now, what's interesting, what separates this from other such cases, is that Lira is an American citizen. So Joe Biden, who is quite a bit of SWAT, as they say in Ukraine, could have freed Gonzalo Lira within hours. But he didn't. He didn't want to. He didn't say a word about it. He remains in prison tonight.
On December 9th, Tucker dedicated an entire segment to the prisoner. He highlighted the lack of a U.S. response and interviewed his father.
Bro, I forgot how big of a deal this was. He got almost 50 million interactions off. Millions of people fucking saw this story, dude. Millions of people for a minute knew about Coach, knew who he was, knew about how he died, man. Like, this was actually a big deal. This was on the cusp of being dramatically affecting Ukrainian-American relations and shit. I mean, I don't know about thank God. Well, it turned out how it did. All over a dude from the fucking sector skeptic red pill IBS space, right? It's crazy.
Read out a statement. The clip received over 40 million views, propelling the story to the mainstream. Elon Musk spoke out in support, alleging he was being tortured. Ukraine denied this, though the same individual was notably a witness in the case. In an effort to gain sympathy, Gonzalo Lira made up allegations of abuse and torture. As someone who spoke to him shortly after he was returned to custody, it was clear that he was in good health and treated extremely fairly by the state security services. It's worth noting now that in the past, Gonzalo claimed that he had heart conditions, with only 18 to 22 months to live in 2022.
See, recently I found out that it is unlikely I'm going to live very long because of a heart condition that I have.
That actually changed so much. Holy shit. That's actually kind of a plot twist. That actually fundamentally changes so much about this story, and it explains a lot of his actions. I kind of feel like Gamer from Mars should have led with that, because it explains why he was doing all that weird Fight Club type shit in Ukraine, right? He's somebody, he already had a death wish, and he wanted to, I don't know, in a way, go out on his shield. Like, he was in his Daredevil type shit. He wanted to go out with a bang, maybe make some history books, which I guess in a way he did, probably in the way he wanted, but he did. I don't know. There are better ways. Personally, if I found out that I only had maybe 2 or 3 years left to live, and I knew I had like several children, I would go out of my way to try and like connect with my kids, or maybe like trying to amass some fortune that I can leave behind them of some shit. But you know, I'm not I'm not based in Red Pill, so
of it, because it's nobody's business but my own. But it's fairly serious, and the likelihood is that I'm not going to be around for more than 18 months, 24 months, something like that.
If true, this placed him at a far greater risk for any potential health complications. On January 4th of this year, a letter purported to be from Gonzalo was made public. I have had double pneumonia, both lungs, as well as pneumothorax, and a very severe case of edema, swelling of the body. All this started in mid-October, but was ignored by the prison. They only admitted I had pneumonia at a December 22nd hearing. I'm about to have a procedure to reduce the edema pressure in my lungs, which is causing me extreme shortness of breath, to the point of passing out after minimal activity, or even just talking for 2 minutes. His father fought for his son to receive proper medical attention for weeks, but in the end it was unsuccessful. On January 12th, Gonzalo Lira passed away in a hospital at the age of 55. His death was confirmed by the United States and Chilean governments. As mentioned at the start of this video, a flood of new attention was brought to this story, many of whom were critical of the US's involvement in the war effort.
Lira, with his work, was committing acts of journalism. Let's contrast the silence on the case, for example, to the Russian detention of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gersovich.
They martyred Gonzalo, declaring him a journalist and praising his work as a filmmaker. And with that, I only can laugh at how a story can so easily get spun to be so one note. Was Coach Red Pill detained for free speech and treated poorly in prison? Yes. But was he some noble and respected journalist? No. At the end of the day, Mr. Lira will go down as a side note of the 2010s anti-SJW and Red Pill movements online. It was mental illness mixed with an overwhelming level of hubris that brought him to Ukraine.
That's very brutal. I didn't know a Gamer from Mars could fucking cut that deep. I mean, he's not lying. That is basically what it's going to be. Coach Red Pill is just going to be one of the many anti-SJW guys, one of the early Red Pill relationship guru guys. And, you know, for the skeptic sphere, for the sector, he's going to be remembered as one of the, I don't know, one of those guys who got in fights with crowd and the quartering and all that other shit. You know, that's basically going to be his legacy. Nobody's going to remember this nigga as a fucking journalist. Nobody's going to remember him as a writer, period. His most famous book, Wilshire Boulevard, is a book that probably doesn't exist.
In the first place, and a disregard for his and his family's own safety despite warnings every step of the way. Because of this, his father is now left without a son, his sister without a brother, his wife without a husband, and his 2 young children without a father. He took his edgy internet persona to a war zone and paid the ultimate price.
Alright, Yeah, that was actually pretty. I'm impressed. Way to go, gamer from Mars. Okay, that was actually pretty good. Yeah, okay. I underestimated, bro. He surprised me. But then again, he does seem like an unabashed Kiwi farmer, or at least he's like unabashed in being open about him taking from Kiwi farms. Unlike certain documentarians on this fucking website who swear up and down that it's such an evil site that I definitely don't source from and take clips from and take tweets from and shit, you know. So yeah, that was pretty good. So that's it for Coach, basically. And I guess that's it for the stream, too. I really don't have much else to show you guys. Thanks for coming around. Oh, wait. No. There actually is one more thing we got to do. You know, well, I'll send you guys out on that. But before that, let me go ahead and just... nobody's going to... JF, read it. He's trustworthy. So yeah, anyway, I got the Laura Loomer video that will be out. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be... Hold on. What's today's date? Fuck. It's going to be before Monday. Let me say that. All right. It'll be over the weekend. Right. Yeah. Over the weekend. Switch to live chat. Hold on. Let me see if I got top chat. Let me see. I'm going to try and see if I can do that right now. It shouldn't be hard. I should be able to, like, switch to... Just like I do with... Because you guys have told me about how you don't like top chat before. And I kind of understand where you're coming from. So let me see. Just click top chat? You just click top chat. Okay, hold on. Live chat. I'm having a boomer moment, sorry. I'm having an old man moment. There's an arrow. Hashtag release the video. Just lagged on who's the bozo. You missed the whole thing. We had two bozos. The first bozo was Randy Stair, some mass spree shooter who was trans, but he never came out as trans. And he wanted to have a ghost pussy and shit like that. And also, Coach. We watched two videos about Coach, actually. The top arrow next to top chat. Oh, okay. Okay, I see it. Alright, I hit top chat. Woo. Okay, it's on live chat now. I don't see it. I don't think he was actually trans. I mean, he wanted to dress up as a girl. He liked dressing up as a girl, and he also wanted to reincarnate as a ghost girl. So I think it's very... I think he would have probably just trooned out in like another couple years had he not have crashed out like he did. How the fuck? How is this? There's no way this is as difficult as I'm making it be. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I'm letting you down like this. You know, we'll have to do it another time. We'll have to just do that another time. This will be the last top chat stream. After this, we will go through live chat. We will go through, it'll be live chat only. We're going to be live around here. Now, before I leave you guys, because the Laura Loomer video will be out over the weekend. I promise. I got y'all. Before we do that, I'm going to leave you guys with this. Kid Smooth. For those of you guys who don't know, who didn't watch the Kid Smooth stream, I did a stream about a guy called Kid Smooth, and it was basically we were watching his videos from like over a decade ago until today, and we saw him go from the most dedicated Xbox fanboy to the guy who just, he couldn't take it, right? He was in the trenches for Phil Spencer harder than anybody. He was fighting battles harder than anybody. He was a Xbot, like, as much as you could be. He was a soldier for Microsoft, but they let him down, right? And the final straw was losing all of their exclusives, including Halo. And it broke him. So now he's done. He's done with Xbox. So this is how I'm going to send y'all out with this diss track by Kid Smooth. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. One more time. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Why'd you lie to me when you said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games? That's right. Game Pass ain't enough for this. They took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time, took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time, took all our games. Booty in his booty last name. Phil said, trust us, we did, now we losing. Starfield on a DualSense, shit be so confusing. Game Pass dream ain't what it seems, now feels like an illusion. Hardware wasn't selling and this was the solution. Conclusion, Xbox Dreamcast, they running up the numbers and raising up the price. Shutting down studios and cutting off the lights. Betting on his lost fans like a roll of dice. Shit ain't right and I don't take this light. Hey Phil, you gotta make this right. We went from no games to some games to sharing games with them. Damn. Only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. But why you lie to me when you said it would only be took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time, took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time. Fuck Amy Hood, she's an evil ass bitch. We got Halo, Gears, and Forza. They left y'all with Redfall. Here's my dance for Xbox. I call that the death crawl. Xbox looking worthless, no longer serves a purpose. Complete waste of purchase. Xbox brand just forfeit. They quit. PS5 victorious and it's glorious. No runner-ups, we slaughter bots. Ouch! Yup. I got your big 3 and my big 6 on my PS5 Pro. So fuck a PC, bitch. Ain't got no GTA 6. Ha! Only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. But why you lie to me when you said it would only be took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time, took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time. Why Sarah Bond got her?
I'ma tell you
that.
Tony the Pony, I tried to tell you that boyfriend was phony. You didn't listen, now you're looking lonely. Look at your library, that shit is corny. GTA 6, I got Xbox games on my IX list. You didn't listen, I told you this, now you look sour. Did you drink piss? Might as well. This is the future, it ain't hard to tell. Xbox is PC, that shit's lame as hell. I feel like Nas, I rule the world. I got your games, nothing you can do to change. Undertaker, you are Kane. Understand we're not the same. Just 4 games.
Only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games.
He lied to you.
Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games.
And GTA 6's first
Phil
part.
Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games.
Pretty sure it's first party.
But why'd you lie to me when you said it would only be took all our games,
All your games.
except these games.
What games?
Took all our games,
All your games.
except these lanes. One more time, took all our games,
Took all your games.
except these games.
What games?
Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time.